Robb Stark stood upon the battlements of the ancient keep that had once belonged to House Westerling, gazing out across rolling hills that shimmered under the waning autumn sun. The wind whispered through the narrow mullions, bringing the scent of horse manure and damp stone, but also the faint, woodsy aroma of the trees below the fortress. Grey Wind padded at his side, a silent sentinel with molten yellow eyes that seldom left his master's face. Beneath Robb's feet, the stones were cool, overshadowed by the massive walls and towers that had protected generations before. War was thick in the air, armies camped all across the land, alliances formed and crumbled like paper dragons. But for this fleeting moment, Robb allowed himself a precious calm. He breathed in, letting that crisp air fill his lungs, remembering that he was not just a king but also a 19-year-old youth who had glimpsed so little of the world's beauty. Yet the responsibilities of the king in the north weighed upon him. He had come south filled with grief and righteous fury, leading men who named him king, and each day he made choices that would shape all of their destinies. The tragedies already endured were too many to be counted: the deaths of his father, the scattering of his sisters, Winterfell ablaze, and the burden that came with the crown. But in this moment his mind lingered on the possibility that lay ahead, forging a peace that might save both his people and his name. He was to wed Jane Westerling soon, or so he had decided after the tenderness she showed him in a time of grief. A wedding had been arranged with her mother's blessing and her father's silent apprehension. There was talk of alliances, talk of the Freys, though their pride had been bruised because Robb had broken a betrothal contract with one of Walder Frey's daughters. Balancing such fragile terms was no easy task, and that old man from the twins still demanded respect. Robb had learned to treat him carefully. He had not earned the nickname the late Lord Frey by being complacent. But for the time being, Walder Frey and the king in the north had come to an arrangement they both could tolerate, and if the old man grumbled, at least he hadn't broken faith. In the privacy of his solar that evening, Robb pondered the uncertain future that stretched out before him. By rights, as king in the north, he should have turned his attention to rallying his bannermen, ensuring no more surprise raids from Lannister forces or turncloaks. But the pressing matter was the union of houses. House Stark required strong allies, and though he had lost the Freys' initial trust by breaking his vow, there might still be a path forward. His mother, Lady Catelyn, ever diplomatic, thought it best that restitution be made. Perhaps other marriages or wards might soothe the wounded pride of House Frey. Indeed, though Walder Frey was bitter, he was also pragmatic enough to see sense, aligning with the victorious king in the north. If Robb's cause indeed proved victorious, could bring him wealth, influence, and a binding tie to a great house. When the dawn arrived, Robb summoned his captains, his lords, and his mother to discuss their next move. The war had left the Riverlands battered, and Catelyn Stark's eyes reflected all the sorrow of a land set upon by violence. She offered counsel, her soft voice carrying a quiet strength. She said there were rumors that Tywin Lannister and Roose Bolton were at odds, that Harrenhal had changed hands yet again. She said she had heard from Brynden Tully, her uncle the Blackfish, that Riverrun stood firm, but the siege lines around it were thinning as more and more men deserted or died. The entire region hung in a precarious balance. This was when Robb revealed his plan to accept an invitation from Walder Frey to pass through the twins on their route northward, with safe conduct guaranteed by the Frey Patriarch. Their army would cross the Green Fork once again, gathering their strength in the north. There, they would reclaim Winterfell, restore order, and regroup for an eventual push south if King's Landing still needed to be contested. Such was the plan. There was no talk of a wedding at the twins, no mention of a slaughter. Robb Stark would not be so easily undone by illusions of trust. He wanted to ensure that what had happened to Ned Stark in King's Landing would not be repeated. And so the negotiations were conducted with caution. Days of travel followed, with the Stark army marching in long columns shadowed by stray outriders, mercenary eyes, and the roving gleaners who followed any large host for scraps and coin. The countryside was a patchwork of farmland, burnt-out hovels, and autumn fields turned to muddy expanses by recent rains. With each league they traveled, the tension in the men's faces grew. They had heard whispers, the Freys were not to be trusted. But Walder Frey was old, cunning, and rumored to be mindful of future fortunes, not suicidal enough to strike at the king in the north when the final outcome of the war was far from decided. It was said that Lord Frey was loath to commit to any side fully until he was absolutely sure who would emerge victorious. Thus, they marched onward with careful optimism. Upon arriving at the twins, they were greeted with a display of protocol that seemed almost sincere. Walder Frey's brood was arrayed outside the massive gatehouse, Frey sons and grandsons and daughters all stepping forward in an attempt at courtesy. The old man himself, thin-faced, sly-eyed, waited under the portcullis, wrapped in fur, leaning on his cane but with a wry grin upon his lips. Nearby, robed septons intoned blessings and the flags of House Frey fluttered in the breeze, a backdrop of stiff linen bearing the twin towers in pale blue. Robb dismounted, escorted by Grey John Umber, Edmure Tully, and other loyal bannermen. Lady Catelyn emerged from a carriage behind them, stoic and regal even as she eyed the Freys with the wariness of a cornered wolf. This was the first time Robb had set foot on this ground since he had broken his vow by marrying Jane Westerling. He braced himself for Lord Walder's cutting remarks, but to his surprise, the old man's sarcasm was tempered. Walder Frey's skin was stretched tight over his skull. He resembled a cadaver given grudging life by some ill-fated magic. But his voice was strong. "Welcome," he called, and though his tone carried a whiff of mockery, he did not let it bloom into outright insult. "We have heard of your great victories, your grace." The young wolf. "How splendid to have you grace my humble crossing once more." Robb bowed, though only slightly. "I trust our safe passage is still assured," he said calmly. Grey Wind was at his side, silent but watchful. The presence of the dire wolf made more than one Frey step back uncomfortably. "We intend to cross your bridge and then continue north." "The war calls me home, my lord." Lord Walder nodded, his lips peeling back in a wrinkled grin. "Safe passage, yes? Lord Bolton has not passed this way in some time, nor the Lannisters. We are loyal friends to those who treat us properly." He cast a sidelong glance at Catelyn Stark. "I recall certain failings in that area, but perhaps we can put it behind us for now." And so they continued inside. The great hall of the twins was narrow for so many guests, but the Freys had prepared ample food, a veritable feast. Lords and ladies sat, tension thick in the air, yet no man or woman dared voice it. Musicians played a somber tune and wine cups were filled to the brim. The great John boomed his laughter, trying to keep the atmosphere friendly, telling tales of the war in the west. Lord Walder's many wives and daughters and granddaughters scuttled about, ensuring each guest was served. Robb noticed how the old man's eyes lingered on him and on Lady Jane, scanning her every movement as if seeking a crack in her veneer. But Jane sat poised by Robb's side, speaking softly to the Frey women who tried to engage her in polite conversation. She was young, terrified no doubt, but resolute in her devotion to her husband. Her loyalty shone in the fleeting squeezes she gave Robb's hand beneath the table. After the meal, Lord Walder insisted on a private audience with Robb, Lady Catelyn, and a few of the Frey sons. There, in a cramped solar that smelled of dust and old parchment, Walder Frey laid down terms. He claimed that his sense of injury still stung from the broken betrothal. He said that if Robb wanted to truly mend fences, certain alliances would have to be recognized once the war was over. One of Robb's bannermen might wed a Frey daughter, or a Frey might be given land in the Riverlands. But crucially, and this was the point Walder pressed with a trembling finger, he insisted that the king in the north should not attempt to cross the twins without something in writing, an official statement ensuring House Frey's position after the war. Robb was reluctant, but Lady Catelyn intervened, reminding her son that forging alliances, however distasteful, was part of leadership. So they agreed to sign a pact that guaranteed certain rights and privileges for House Frey in exchange for safe passage and a permanent alliance once the Iron Throne was either seized by or ceded to the rightful claimant that Robb meant to ally with, be it Stannis Baratheon or otherwise. Lord Walder cackled, pleased at the arrangement. He gave them leave to remain in the castle for one night, promising that in the morning the crossing would be theirs. But no knives were drawn that night, no crossbowmen rained bolts upon unsuspecting men. The Freys did not seal the doors to slaughter the Starks in their sleep. Dawn came gray and misted, and Walder Frey was good to his word. The portcullises rose, the drawbridge lowered, and the Stark host crossed over. Many men eyed the squat, foreboding towers with suspicion, certain that at any moment arrows might fly. But the only sound was the steady tramp of boots and the slow clop of horses' hooves on the wet planks. Robb, riding at the center of his host, exhaled relief. He had escaped the crossing alive, and it felt like an omen. The war was far from finished, but the Red Wedding would never come to pass. That bloody page in the book of history was left unwritten. Once beyond the twins, Robb's first order of business was to march north with all haste. They had lost Winterfell to the Ironborn, who left the castle in ruins. The Boltons, especially the bastard of the Dreadfort, Ramsay Snow, were rumored to have retaken it, though no one could say how thoroughly or what condition the walls stood in now. The north was not safe, even for the king in the north. And so, with growing urgency, the Stark host traveled. Nights were cold under the starry sky, with only campfires and battered tents to keep them warm. Food was rationed. Men told stories to keep spirits high, how Robb Stark had bested Ser Jaime Lannister in the Whispering Wood, how Grey Wind fought by his side in the thick of battle, how the Freys were cunning but had not betrayed them. Yet, a sense of unity grew among them, for they had been tested time and again, and still they marched forward under the direwolf banner. At Moat Cailin, they found themselves delayed by the battered fortress that the Ironborn had tried to hold. Though no longer heavily garrisoned, the fortress was left a moldering ruin. The causeways were treacherous, but with patience and the knowledge of their local guides, they navigated across the bogs. Ravens had been sent ahead to spread word that the king in the north was returning, and local crannogmen emerged from the swamps to pay tribute. They were strange, secretive folk, clad in greens and browns, sliding through the wetlands on boats so narrow it seemed they could slice through the reeds like knives. They spoke respectfully of House Stark, for it was their custom to honor the old ways and the old blood. Through these alliances, the northern host learned what had transpired in their absence. Some northern lords wavered in their allegiance. Roose Bolton's true loyalties were in question, and the Karstarks, slighted by Robb for the execution of Lord Rickard Karstark after the murder of those young Lannister squires, had yet to declare if they would rally or remain aloof. These tidings sent a chill through Robb's heart, but he pressed on. Winterfell was his seat, and if it still stood, even if in ruins, he intended to claim it. They approached Winterfell in the gathering dusk of a frigid day. From a distance, the castle's broken towers rose like jagged teeth against the darkening sky. The great walls bore scorch marks, large sections collapsed. The gates had been torn down, half replaced by rotting timbers. Beyond, no torches lit the courtyard. A hush fell over Robb's army. All remembered Winterfell's former glory, the seat of House Stark, once a place of warmth and quiet dignity. Now it was a blackened skeleton of what it had been. Robb dismounted at the shattered gates, heart pounding. He advanced with Grey Wind at his side, Lady Catelyn close behind, her expression stricken. In that silent courtyard, their footfalls echoed on scorched ground. Echoes of battles and betrayals whispered through the ruined halls. He saw the charred remains of stables and outbuildings, a collapsed tower, and the courtyard well, still upright but clogged with debris. The great hall's doors hung crooked on twisted hinges. The heartbreak in Catelyn's eyes was mirrored in her son's. Winterfell had been their home, a place of memory and safety, but now it lay gutted. The men behind them lowered their heads, for even the most hardened soldier among them felt a measure of grief at such wanton destruction. Yet out of the darkness came voices, refugees who had clung to the castle's remains, perhaps, or loyal retainers. A handful of men and women stepped forward, among them an old man who named himself Hayhead, once a servant in the castle, and a young woman who had been a steward. They had survived by scrounging what little food they could in the burned kitchens, and they told a tale of Ironborn cruelty and betrayal. But they also spoke of a shadowy figure who had arrived after the Ironborn left, who claimed the castle for himself in the name of House Bolton. He wore the flayed man of the Dread Fort on his surcoat, said the old man, trembling. And he had a band of pale men with him, quiet and cruel. They left after a few days, but spoke of returning soon. At those words, a pit of anxiety stirred in Robb's chest. If Roose Bolton or his bastard was playing games, it could portend treachery. But Winterfell was in no shape to house an entire army, so they made camp outside the walls. Robb walked the ramparts alone that night, staring into the dark, letting the memories of his childhood roll over him. Here he had raced with Bran in the yard, had shot arrows with Jon Snow, had looked on proudly as Arya practiced with her wooden sword. The ghosts of his siblings' laughter surrounded him, and he felt the sorrow of absence so keenly that tears nearly came unbidden. But he reined them in, for tears would not rebuild these walls. They needed a plan. In the days that followed, Robb set about securing the region. He ordered the battered walls cleared of rubble and the gates reinforced with what timber they could find. Messengers were dispatched to the Manderleys at White Harbor, to the Umbers at Last Hearth, and to other houses still loyal. Many answered, sending supplies. Salted fish, smoked meats, casks of ale, carpenters, masons, and even a trickle of silver. Lady Catelyn handled negotiations with a calm stoicism, though the strain of war weighed upon her. Each day, more news trickled in. The Karstarks had gone to ground, uncertain, nursing their grudge. The Boltons were quiet at the Dread Fort, with only a token presence near Winterfell. Some said Roose Bolton had traveled to the Twins, possibly to treat with Walder Frey or even with Tywin Lannister. More questions, more worries. Yet as the weeks passed, hope dared to sprout among the cracked stones. The great hall's roof was patched. Straw bedding was brought in, and the blacksmith's forge was set to glowing once more. Even the broken tower was shored up, though its top remained collapsed. Soldiers, meanwhile, took to rebuilding as if it were their personal mission. They were Northmen, after all, and Winterfell's name meant something to them. The fortress would take years to fully restore, but each small step felt like a victory in a war that had known precious few. During those days, the king in the north and his wife, Jane, found stolen moments to walk the courtyards. She'd ask about the old days, and Robb would show her the place where his father once sat in judgment, or where they trained under Master-at-Arms Roderick Castle. Her gaze was both compassionate and sorrowful at what had been lost. He told her of his siblings. Sansa, rumored to be in King's Landing. Arya, whereabouts unknown, last rumored to be in the Riverlands. Bran and Rickon, rumored dead at the hands of Theon Greyjoy, though no one had found their bodies. Still, a spark in Robb refused to believe they were truly gone. She listened, offering gentle reassurance that in these uncertain times, hope might yet be rewarded. In the quiet hush of the crypts, they lit torches and gazed upon the stone likenesses of long-dead Stark kings, each with a direwolf at his feet and a sword across his lap. It was there, amidst the dust motes, that Jane made an oath to honor the North, to stand by Robb no matter what came. Her whispered voice echoed against the walls, lending a kind of sacred hush to the moment. It strengthened Robb's resolve to be the king his people deserved. But war still loomed, and soon enough, ravens brought word that Tywin Lannister was consolidating his forces in the Westerlands. King's Landing was in an uproar, with Joffrey Baratheon still seated upon the Iron Throne under Cersei's watchful gaze, though rumors whispered that Stannis Baratheon regrouped at Dragonstone. The Tyrells had thrown in with Joffrey, binding Margaery to him. The alliance meant that the Lannisters had power beyond measure in the south. Nevertheless, Tywin had chosen to remain in the west, fortifying the region near Casterly Rock. That made Robb wonder, did Tywin fear a second Stark invasion of the west? Or was he mustering to strike north again? One night, as the wind howled beyond the walls, Robb convened a war council in the repaired Great Hall. Candles cast flickering shadows on the battered stone. The great Jon Umber was there, as was Lady Meage Mormont, the new arrivals from White Harbor, and a handful of other loyal northern lords. They discussed strategy, comparing the strengths of Lannister arms with their own. The great Jon roared his enthusiasm. "We took them once, and we'll take them again if it comes to it," but quieter voices spoke of the hardships. The men were weary, the supply lines stretched. The war had no immediate end in sight, especially if House Bolton chose betrayal at a critical moment. They needed time, resources, alliances. Robb announced that he intended to offer terms to the Karstarks, to try and mend that rift and bring them back into the fold. He would send Lady Catelyn to treat with them, or perhaps the Blackfish. The unity of the North had to be restored if they were to stand against House Lannister. Meanwhile, small groups of scouts and soldiers roved out into the northern wilderness, reclaiming minor holds that had been ravaged or abandoned. With each success, the king in the North's legend spread, and more men flocked to his banner. Some who had lost faith found it rekindled by the mere sight of the direwolf standard flapping over Winterfell's battered walls once again. Around the same time, a handful of Ironborn Reavers, stragglers left in the north after their main host fled, attempted to raid the outskirts of the castle. They were quickly put down by vigilant sentries. With each day, Winterfell drew breath anew, like a phoenix rising from ashes. Amid these labors, word reached them from the south, word of Walder Frey's cunning maneuvers. It was said that Lord Frey was now courting alliances with both the Lannisters and the Boltons, possibly seeking a more advantageous arrangement than the uncertain pact with Robb Stark. This news arrived via ravens from distant riverlords who gleaned rumors from passing merchants. Some men bellowed that Walder Frey was a traitor and should be punished. But Robb, remembering the precarious position he occupied, counseled patience. Marching south to punish the Freys would only weaken the north. They had not attacked him at the Twins, so technically, Frey remained in good standing by their agreement. For now, As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, it became apparent that winter was near at hand. Old Nan, had she been alive, might have said, "Winter is coming, my lord." Just as the words of House Stark always foretold, supplies were stockpiled. Wells and cisterns were cleaned and readied. The men's breath came in steaming clouds each morning. Snow threatened but did not yet come in force. There was an urgency in the air. If they meant to wage a campaign in the south again, they would need to do so before deep snows locked the passes. Otherwise, they'd be stuck behind the Moat Catelyn bottleneck until the worst of winter passed. Then came a fateful day. A raven arrived bearing the seal of House Bolton. Roose Bolton invited the king in the north to parley at the Dreadfort, claiming that the north must be united. The letter dripped with courtesy, but the memory of Bolton's uneasy gaze haunted Robb. He remembered Roose from the battles in the south, a man as cold as the winter wind, possessing an unnerving calm and a preference for leeches on his pale skin. Yet if Bolton's forces might be brought back into the fold, it could tip the scales. Some lords opposed the idea, calling it folly to trust the flayed man. But Robb, after consulting with his mother and advisors, decided that a king must show courage and good faith. He would go, but not alone and not unguarded. The journey to the Dreadfort was short in words but long in tension. Only a select retinue accompanied Robb. His mother insisted on joining, though he tried to dissuade her. They brought Grey Wind, who trotted close, hackles occasionally rising as if sensing danger in the air. The Dreadfort loomed bleak on the horizon, its stone dark and unwelcoming. High walls, topped by crenellations, exuded a sense of ancient menace. A bitter wind cut across the fortress, as if the land itself recoiled from what it harbored. Bolton men opened the gates, silent as wraiths. Within the courtyard, every banner displayed the flayed man of House Bolton in a macabre scarlet. The keep's windows were few and narrow, like the eyes of a beast. Roose Bolton received them in his great hall, which was surprisingly modest in its furnishings, as though the castle's bleak spirit refused to be softened by comfort. He stood with a handful of captains and knights, each bearing that dreaded sigil. Bolton's face was unreadable, a smooth, pale mask that revealed nothing. He spoke softly, almost cordially, welcoming the king in the north and his mother, offering them wine. Robb, for his part, did not drink until he saw Bolton take a sip from the same flagon. Even then, the wine might have been tainted, but it seemed not. The conversation began with formalities, acknowledgement of the king in the north's authority, lamentations over the state of the realm. Roose Bolton's voice was measured. "The north has suffered grievously, your grace. The Ironborn ravaged our coasts. We have faced losses in the war, and Winterfell stands half-broken. We must band together to survive the coming winter. My men are at your disposal, though I must confess they are weary. The war in the south is uncertain." Robb watched him carefully. "I would be glad to have the Boltons standing with me, my lord. We must first settle certain questions. I have received word of your dealings in Harrenhal, that you treated with the Lannisters. Where do your loyalties truly lie?" Bolton's pale eyes flickered. "I did what I must to ensure the safety of my men when I held Harrenhal, your grace. Lannisters offered me terms, but that does not signify my heart's loyalty. I have been your man since you summoned your banners at Winterfell. My father and his father before him served House Stark." Lady Catelyn intervened diplomatically. "We understand war forces men to take desperate measures, my lord, but we must have clarity. We cannot fight Lannisters in the south with half the north uncertain." Bolton inclined his head. "I offer you my fealty again, in front of these witnesses. Let the world know that House Bolton stands with House Stark." He removed a glove and placed his pale hand upon Robb's forearm. It was a calculated gesture, but effective. Robb felt the chill of that touch, but also the finality of it. The onlooking men in the hall shifted, as if uncertain whether to cheer. But Bolton gave a tight, almost robotic smile. "I trust that this satisfies you, your grace." Robb nodded slowly, though suspicion lingered in his heart. Still, what choice did he have? He needed Bolton's men, for the North had to stand united, especially if they were to resume the war against King's Landing or the Lannisters. He accepted Roose Bolton's pledge and offered to host him at Winterfell in the weeks to come, so that they might continue discussions regarding strategy, supplies, and possibly the fate of the Karstarks. If there was any conspiracy stirring in the Boltons' minds, it did not show. And so the meeting ended with polite applause from Bolton's retinue. Robb departed, leading his party back toward Winterfell with renewed caution. In the weeks that followed, the routine of reconstruction resumed at Winterfell, punctuated by frequent councils of war. Ravens came and went, bearing news from White Harbor. Lord Wyman Manderley assured Robb of his support, but also requested that the king in the north come to the city or send a trusted envoy to discuss naval defenses. In turn, the Umbers called for retribution against the Ironborn, who still raided the coasts. Winter was pressing in, and the north was vast. Holding it all together was a monumental task. Robb began to realize the burdens of kingship. He was not just a warrior on the battlefield, he was a figure who had to administer justice, forge alliances, and maintain order among proud, fractious lords. Often he wondered how his father would have managed such responsibilities. Eddard Stark had been a just man, a quiet leader whose very presence commanded respect. Robb tried to emulate that. When he sat in the seat of the Lord of Winterfell, hearing petitions from small folk, he strove to act with fairness, remembering his father's lessons. Sometimes the memories ached so fiercely that he had to clench his jaw to maintain composure. In the midst of these challenges, word arrived from the Riverlands. Edmure Tully, the new Lord of Riverrun, was under renewed pressure from Lannister forces. The Lannisters had not launched a full offensive but were testing the Riverlords' defenses. Uncle Brynden Blackfish Tully urged the king in the north to assist. While Robb had consolidated power in the north, the Riverlands remained an active battleground. This forced Robb to consider a return to the south. Could he afford to march his men away from the north again, leaving Winterfell vulnerable? He debated long with his mother and the great Jon and other advisors. The final decision was that he could not abandon his mother's ancestral home. The Riverlands had suffered because they remained loyal to House Stark, but if Winterfell itself was not secure, how could he protect them in the long run? So he dispatched some loyal banners south to reinforce Edmure Tully, enough to help hold Riverrun. He prayed it would be sufficient. Before those forces departed, Lady Catelyn decided she would accompany them. She wanted to see her brother Edmure and Uncle Brynden to help coordinate with them. Though the thought of his mother riding into war-torn lands troubled Robb, he knew that she was one of the best negotiators he had. Her presence might prevent further discord with House Frey, or at least keep an eye on Walder Frey's maneuvers. She kissed her son's forehead in farewell. He was a king now, though she still saw him as her boy. "Take care, Robb," she whispered, "and trust your instincts. You wear the crown of the north, but you are still my son. Do not let them swallow you." With that, she departed in a swirl of cloaks, leaving Robb standing in Winterfell's courtyard, feeling at once proud and achingly alone. Winter's grip tightened. The days were shorter, the nights icier. Snow drifted across the courtyards, dusting the ramparts with pristine white. Men huddled around fires, sipping hot ale or mulled wine. Gray wind prowled through the corridors, silent as a ghost, occasionally startling the sentries. Repairs continued, though the pace slowed by cold weather. The battered library tower's roof was patched enough to keep out most of the snow, and the Lord's chambers were made somewhat comfortable. In the crypts below, the air was colder still, and the old kings of winter watched with stone eyes. It was in these crypts that Robb often found a moment of solitude, reflecting on the duties that bound him. When Roose Bolton finally arrived at Winterfell with a small retinue, tensions crackled. The Bolton's banners dripped wet with melting snow, the flayed man seeming especially ghastly under the pallid winter sun. Yet they were greeted politely, given rooms. Robb held formal welcomes in the Great Hall, showing the courtesy that was due. That evening, over supper, Bolton spoke in that measured tone of his, praising the progress in rebuilding the castle. He offered men skilled in fortifications, blacksmiths from the Dreadfort who could help. Robb was cautious but accepted. The conversation turned to the Karstarks, whom Robb had still not managed to reconcile. Bolton suggested sending envoys, or forging a marriage with a Karstark daughter. Robb mulled the idea, though Jane stiffened at the mention of further marriages to secure alliances. In private, Roose Bolton spoke of the Riverlands. Your mother has gone to treat with the Freys, I hear. I wish her success. Lord Walder is a difficult man. One never knows where he will turn next. Robb studied Bolton's pale eyes. I trust my mother's judgment. She won't be tricked easily. Bolton nodded, an odd smile playing at his lips. Yes, Lady Catelyn is a formidable woman. Days of uneasy coexistence passed. Bolton's men moved throughout the castle, examining the walls, offering suggestions for reinforcing the main gate. Some of the northern soldiers scowled at them, muttering about flayed men. Yet no open hostility broke out. Robb kept Grey Wind close by whenever he met with Bolton, and the dire wolf would bare his teeth in a low, throaty growl when the man approached too near. Something in Bolton's smell unsettled the beast. The tension was palpable, yet no single incident justified open conflict. Then, a raven arrived with dire tidings. It bore a sealed message from Lady Catelyn, who was stationed now at Riverrun. The contents were grim. Walder Frey had begun mustering men, not to attack the Lannisters, but to lay claim to certain strategic points in the Riverlands under the flimsy pretext of protecting them from further raids. Edmure Tully feared it was a prelude to a betrayal. Perhaps Walder meant to side with the Lannisters. Roose Bolton, upon hearing this news, furrowed his brow. Perhaps he simply wants to protect his territory, Bolton mused. Or perhaps he's waiting to see who emerges strongest. Robb, standing at the head of the repaired Great Hall, looked at the banners that hung limply against the walls, the dire wolf of Stark, the merman of Manderley, the bear of Mormont. He felt the frustration coil tight in his chest. The war was like a many-headed hydra. Every time one threat was contained, another reared up. I will not abandon the Riverlands to Lord Freys' ambition or Tywin Lannister's greed, he said. But I cannot simply march the entire north-south again, not in the face of winter. Roose Bolton offered a suggestion, his voice dripping with practicality. Send a small, elite force to join with your uncle and mother. Should they face aggression, they can act swiftly. Keep the bulk of your forces here in the north, near Moat Cailin, in case the Lannisters attempt a pincer movement. Keep the Karstarks from drifting further away. Robb's eyes narrowed slightly. It was sound advice, but it also put fewer men in the Riverlands to oppose any betrayal. We'll consider it, he said, glancing at the great Jon, who scowled but nodded grudgingly. In that moment, Robb felt his father's caution. Trust no one too easily, especially when their words sound so convenient. Ultimately, Robb followed a tempered version of Bolton's counsel. He dispatched a contingent of men led by the Blackfish, a wily commander who could sniff out a trap, to reinforce Riverrun. He wrote a letter to Walder Frey, reminding him of their agreement for safe passage, cautioning him against any rash moves. After that, the harsh reality of winter's onset made grand campaigns a remote possibility. The roads grew treacherous, the cold biting. Armsmen spent more time dealing with frostbite than Lannister skirmishers. In King's Landing, Joffrey Baratheon prepared for his upcoming nuptials to Margaery Tyrell, according to rumor. For a time, the war seemed frozen in place, each faction forced to hunker down until spring. But that did not mean conspiracies lay dormant. They thrived in the shadows, feeding on fear. Winterfell, at least, slowly regained a sense of itself. The gates stood tall again. A portion of the library tower was made serviceable. The broken tower was still ruined, but repairs progressed. The great hall was warm enough with blazing hearths. Servants bustled about, men laughed in the yard as they drilled with swords or brawled for sport. Jane Westerling helped establish an infirmary in the old maester's quarters, tending to the wounded with what skill she had learned from her mother. Watching her move among the men, offering them comfort, Robb felt a grateful warmth in his chest. If there was a silver lining to these bleak times, it was the companionship he'd found in her. She might not have been the bride that politics demanded, but she was a wife who cared for him genuinely. He strove to be worthy of that devotion, patrolling the castle with the unflagging determination of the protector of the North. Occasionally, he would even smile, a rare break in the stoic facade that events had forced upon him. He let the men see that their king was proud of their efforts. He made sure to spend time with the common soldiers, hearing their concerns, listening to the farmers who were resettling near the castle. He insisted that the old gods be honored, and so the godwood was tended, its weirwood tree a silent witness to ancient vows. When he knelt there, feeling the bark under his palm, he thought he could sense something deeper, the voices of the old north whispering in the leaves. Or perhaps it was just the wind. While winter raged outside the walls, the seeds of the next campaign were sown in quiet councils. Ravens flew back and forth between Winterfell, White Harbor, the Dreadfort, and Riverrun. Reports indicated that Walder Frey's gatherings had stalled, possibly due to the harsh weather or the behind-the-scenes efforts of Lady Catelyn. Edmure Tully was holding Riverrun, Tywin Lannister remained largely in the west, and the crown was consumed with wedding preparations. But come spring or an early thaw, everyone expected the war to erupt anew. As the cold moons dragged on, a new rumor filtered north. King Joffrey planned to execute Sansa Stark if the north did not bend the knee. The rumor was uncertain. Sansa might already be married to Tyrion Lannister, as some said, or betrothed to Willis Tyrell, depending on which rumor one believed. But the idea that one of Eddard Stark's daughters was a hostage gnawed at Robb. Catelyn Stark, in her messages, acknowledged that she had heard the same. She wanted to rescue her daughter, of course, but how? Robb's fury simmered at the threat to Sansa. He paced in his solar, gray wind, watching from the corner. Jane found him there, troubled, and put a calming hand on his arm. "You will find a way," she said softly. "Winter is only for a season." He let out a long breath. "The Lannisters use every advantage. Sansa is a pawn to them." He remembered Sansa's sweet innocence, the way she'd dream of being a queen out of a song. It twisted his stomach to think of her trapped in King's Landing with Cersei and Joffrey. "I should never have left her behind. If father had known." Jane squeezed his arm. "Your father would have told you that you can't be everywhere at once. You do what you must." And what he must do, Robb decided, was plan for an eventual confrontation. Come spring, or whenever the snows began to recede, he would lead the north to victory. A bold dream, but he could not let go of it. The realm was too large and complicated for easy answers, but if he could secure enough alliances, maybe even from houses that opposed the Lannisters, there could be a chance. He thought of the Vale, the Stormlands, even Dorne. All might be courted to stand against the Lannisters if the price was right. He wrote letters in Maester Luwin's old chambers, with the new Maester Torrhen, helping to seal them. The hours grew late, the candle wax dripping thick as he composed letter after letter. He felt the weight of every word. This was what it meant to be king, not just fighting battles, but forging alliances with ink and parchment. At length, winter began to relent. The snows thawed gradually, turning the courtyard slushy. The old well overflowed with melted drips. Messengers from White Harbor brought news that Lord Wyman Manderley was building new warships. The men from Bear Island pledged additional warriors. Word came from Moat Cailin that the roads south were opening again, though slowly. More ravens flew. Lady Catelyn wrote that the Riverlands were bracing for renewed conflict. Walder Frey had not made any overt move, but his forces were arrayed in suspicious ways. Roose Bolton, for his part, showed no sign of leaving Winterfell, calmly advising and occasionally sending forth small cavalry patrols to help secure nearby lands. The king in the north was determined to keep an eye on him, yet so far, Bolton had done nothing openly treasonous. Spring brought more of the realm to life, if only tentatively. The godwood at Winterfell sprouted green buds, snow receded from the yard, and the air lost its biting edge. With the roads clearing, more supplies could travel, more men could gather. Robb realized the time was near. If he was to strike at the Lannisters, or at least move to protect the Riverlands, the moment approached. Holding Winterfell had been a moral and symbolic victory, but if they did not push forward, the Lannisters would whittle away their allies or force them into uneasy neutrality. The longer the war dragged on, the more uncertain loyalties became. Only a decisive move could keep the dream of northern independence alive. And so he made ready to march. War horns rang across Winterfell once more, summoning men to arms. Banners were unfurled, carefully preserved through the winter. The gray dire wolf on its white field gave courage to men who recalled the victories they'd once achieved. Smiths worked day and night, forging new swords, mending battered helms, hammering out dents and plate. Horses were brushed until their coats gleamed, though many had perished in the winter. They would have to rely on footmen and the few cavalry regiments that remained. Roose Bolton came forward, promising 400 men from the Dreadfort to join Robb's host. He pledged fealty again, in front of the entire yard, his voice echoing off the walls. Robb saw no other path than to accept. The Grey John clasped him on the shoulder, growling that they'd crush the Lannisters again. The men cheered, but the real test would lie ahead. Meanwhile, Jane approached him in the privacy of his chamber, eyes anxious. "You are leaving?" He lifted her hand to his lips. "I have to. The war isn't won. My mother's letters say the Riverlands are on a knife's edge." She swallowed, that same fear shining in her eyes that he had seen before their ill-fated journey to the crag. "Then I will stay here and look after Winterfell. I'll do my part, Robb. I promise you." Warmth filled him at her devotion, tinged with sadness that they must part yet again. "Thank you," he whispered, pressing his forehead to hers. "Keep her home safe." He thought of the child they might someday conceive, how he wanted to raise a family in a land at peace. That was the dream he carried into every battle. When the day of departure arrived, the courtyard was a flurry of activity. Banners snapped in the wind, wagons rolled into place, and the great gates stood open, letting the world in. Robb embraced Jane in front of the entire assembly, ignoring the sidelong glances from some of the lords who still might question the wisdom of such a marriage. Let them question. He loved her and she loved him. Then, gray wind at his side, he mounted his warhorse, a massive creature with a dappled coat. The Great John was to his right, Roose Bolton and his men to the left, while other lords formed ranks behind them. Over 1,000 men marched that day, heading south through the Wolfswood, bound for Moat Cailin and, beyond that, the Riverlands. There, the real fight would begin. The air smelled of damp earth and budding leaves. Sleet still threatened, but it did not stop them. As they trudged along the King's Road, Robb found himself recalling the swirl of events that had led here. His father's execution, the calling of the banners, the battles in the west, the near disaster at the Twins, the forging of new alliances, the heartbreak of Winterfell's ruin. And now, at last, they had regained some measure of strength, had avoided the infamous massacre that might have been, and stood poised for another confrontation with House Lannister. If the gods were just, perhaps they would see the Starks through. Word reached them that Edmure Tully was engaged in skirmishes near the Red Fork, that Walder Frey held the crossings with an iron grip, and that Tywin Lannister was rumored to be massing near the Golden Tooth. The pieces on the board were moving again, and the king in the north was determined not to be outplayed. Yet he was also determined to avoid useless bloodshed if it could be helped. Peace might still be brokered if the Lannisters would recognize northern independence, or if some new impetus forced the crown to sue for terms. He held out a glimmer of hope for negotiations, but he knew the Lannisters rarely bent, not unless forced. So steel would likely decide the matter. Through weary miles, Robb's host traveled, forging deeper into the Riverlands until they neared the crossroads where so many fateful events had unfolded. They saw farmland ravaged by last year's war, villagers slow to rebuild. Some recognized Robb Stark, the young wolf who had once been the terror of the Lannister forces. They came out to watch his host pass, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. He tried to show them kindness, offering what small aid he could spare. But his supply lines were not abundant and he could not feed every starving mouth. He made promises to do better when the war ended, but war had no timetable. When at last they reached the vicinity of Riverrun, scouts brought word that a Frey contingent was camped not far away, refusing to let supplies pass to Riverrun unless Edmure Tully granted them concessions. It was a standoff. Robb recalled the bitterness in Walder Frey's eyes, how quickly the old man's indignation had flared. He realized now that if this confrontation escalated, it could spark open conflict with the Freys. He hoped to avoid that. They might still be turned to his cause, but if not, he convened a war council in the field. Tents were pitched in a large meadow by a winding stream, the sun dipping low on the horizon. The Great John growled that they should smash the Freys outright, teach them a lesson. Roose Bolton counseled caution, though. For all his age, Walder Frey is cunning. He might have hidden reinforcements. Attacking him openly could draw Tywin Lannister's attention. We are outnumbered if both unite. Robb weighed these words, mindful that Bolton might have his own agenda, but that his advice so far had proven prudent. We will attempt to parley, Robb declared. If the Freys are open to reason, we'll settle this peacefully. If not, we will do what must be done. The lords nodded. Plans were set in motion for a meeting, a show of force but not aggression, with outriders ensuring no ambush. Sometimes that was all one could do in these uncertain times. At dawn, Robb rode out with a band of trusted men to meet the Frey leaders on neutral ground. The meeting place was a grassy clearing by the river, the water running swift and cold. Frey banners fluttered, those twin towers on a field of blue and gray. Robb held his own banner high, the direwolf snapping in the breeze. They approached cautiously, dismounting at a distance. Walder Frey had not come in person, sending instead 2 of his sons and a large retinue of armed knights. The sons approached, their armor battered from previous skirmishes, their expressions sullen. One introduced himself as Ryman Frey, the other as Elmer. Both men wore the pinched scowls that spoke of grudges. Their father's bitterness lived on in them. Ryman Frey spoke first, voice gravelly. King in the North, he said, making the title sound half-mocking. You grace us with your presence. We've been waiting to hear your response to our father's proposals. Robb's jaw clenched. And I've come to speak with you to prevent bloodshed. Why are you blocking supplies to Riverrun? The Frey Knight shrugged. We are only protecting Frey interests. Riverrun sits on contested land. Our father wants certain guarantees that Edmure Tully has refused to give. We hold these supplies until we get them. And what of our agreement? What of Walder Frey's pledge to me at the Twins? Elmer Frey sneered. That was then. Our father feels that your end of the bargain has been lacking. He cast a pointed look at Roose Bolton, who stood behind Robb, face impassive. Robb's anger flared, but he remembered he was a king. He must not lash out blindly. Name your grievances, he said, and we will try to address them. But holding the Riverlands hostage is no way to earn trust. Ryman Frey spat on the ground. Trust? You want trust after you broke your word and married that Westerling girl? After you withheld the spoils of your victories, leaving our father out in the cold? No. This is how we get your attention. The great John bristled, but Robb held up a hand, quelling any outburst. He understood that Frey pride was wounded, but the North could not simply roll over. I'm prepared to negotiate, but you will allow the supplies to pass to Riverrun. The Tullis are my kin. Ryman's hand drifted to the pommel of his sword. Then we have nothing more to discuss. Our father demands an apology, new terms, a marriage alliance perhaps, or lands, or gold. Something that shows the Starks still value our house. House Stark honors its pacts, Robb said evenly. We have only delayed negotiations because of the war. But if Walder Frey wishes to discuss terms, let him come and speak with me, or let him send an envoy in power to compromise. I'll not stand for extortion. That was the crux of it. The Freys wanted to gain from the war, and they saw an opportunity in the chaos. They also wanted vengeance for the perceived slight. Robb offered to arrange a follow-up parley at Riverrun where Edmure Tully and the Frey leaders could settle disputes. Ryman Frey gave a non-committal grunt. We'll pass that along, he said. But until then, no grain passes, no steel, no goods. Our father is tired of being slighted. He wants satisfaction. The tension was thick, and for a moment, Robb feared it might come to swords. But reason held barely. They parted ways, each side glaring. As Robb led his men back to camp, he weighed the next move. If Walder Frey refused to negotiate, Robb might have to open the route by force. But that would cost men he could ill afford to lose and might drive the Freys into Tywin's arms. War had never been simple, but now it felt downright impossible. Still, the king in the north would do his duty no matter how grim. That night, he stood outside his tent, gray wind at his feet, gazing up at the stars. Each one seemed impossibly distant, cold fires in a dark sky. He thought of how differently events might have gone, how the Red Wedding might have destroyed them all. In that alternate fate, maybe he'd be lying in a Frey hall with crossbow bolts in his chest, his mother's screams echoing in his ears. But that horror had never come. By the grace of the old gods or sheer chance, he had avoided that doom. Now he faced a battlefield of politics and skirmishes, alliances and betrayals. One step at a time, he would lead his people, forging a path that might someday bring peace. At dawn, the horns blew. Robb ordered his men to prepare for a cautious advance. The path to Riverrun lay ahead, the Freys lurking somewhere with ill intentions. But the king in the north would not falter. Perhaps there would be parley, or perhaps swords would clash. One thing was certain, the war for the Stark family's future was far from over. Still, Robb Stark rode at the head of his army, back unbowed, determined that the wolves of the north would not be caged or slaughtered. In this new turning of fate, he would fight on, and with the loyalty of his bannermen, the memory of his father, and the fierce love of a wife who waited in Winterfell, he carried hope like a banner, unbloodied, into the uncertain dawn. You said. Continue 6,500 words, ensure lore accuracy and attention to detail, no subtitles. March 3rd. ChatGPT said. Reasoned about alternate Red Wedding scenario for 28 seconds. Robb Stark led his men forward with steady resolve, the damp grass and churned mud of the Riverlands sucking at their boots. Behind him trailed a column of soldiers that stretched across the rolling fields, direwolf banners fluttering in a cool breeze. The wind carried scents of tilled earth and last season's burning, the lingering aroma of homes raised in the previous year's fighting. It had been a long, grueling campaign already, and the men wore the lines of exhaustion on their faces. Yet there was hope in the air, the promise that, somehow, the North might yet prevail. They marched carefully. Scouts had reported Frey outriders roving the countryside, eager to spot any movement toward Riverrun. Walder Frey's sons and grandsons now hovered between their father's ambition and their family's bitterness, waiting to see what move the king in the north would make. Though they had parted from Robb's camp the day before without drawing steel, the tension of possible conflict still hung between the two sides. Robb knew that a single spark, a poorly handled confrontation or an insult could ignite the simmering hostility into all-out war with House Frey. By midday, his host drew closer to Riverrun's domains. They came upon a low hill from which the ancient Tully stronghold would be visible were it not for the haze that drifted off the Red Fork. It felt strange returning to these lands. Only a year ago, Robb had known them in the flush of his early victories, the Whispering Wood, the defeat of Jaime Lannister, the triumphant crowning of the king in the north. Now, after so many turns of fate, the notion of war had lost its luster. No one cheered. The men trudged with quiet purpose, cloaks flapping in the breeze, armor rattling faintly like distant thunder. He called a brief halt, and the great Jon and Roose Bolton joined him at the crest of the hill. Behind them, the camp stirred with subdued activity, cooks setting up for a midday meal, outriders watering their horses, and a handful of archers scanning the horizon. The great Jon stared southward as though trying to will the mist to part. His broad chest rose and fell like a bellows. "Riverrun can't be more than a morning's march from here," he said. "Best we keep the men ready. The Freys might take it in their heads to test us." Robb nodded, his jaw set. "They've threatened to withhold all supplies to my uncle Edmure, but so far they haven't dared attack. We'll show them we stand by the Riverlands. And if Walder Frey thinks to make himself a petty king between the Trident and the twins, we'll disabuse him of that notion." Bolton stood just behind Robb, his pallid eyes shifting along the horizon. "We must remember, Your Grace, that an open clash might drive Lord Frey straight into Lannister arms. If he hasn't gone there already, of course." He spoke in a measured tone, mild enough but always laced with quiet caution. "I only suggest we consider our next step carefully." Robb's gaze traveled over the fields below. He recalled the words he had spoken at the parley that he would attempt negotiation. Yet Walder Frey's envoy had seemed disinclined to compromise. An old anger flickered in Robb's gut, but he reined it in. The cost of a new war front against the Freys could be ruinous, especially if Tywin Lannister decided to push from the west at the same time. "We'll approach Riverrun," Robb said at last, "help my uncle secure what he needs, and offer the Freys one more chance at reason. If they spurn it, we'll deal with that. For now, we move." He gave the order to march, and the drums began their slow, steady beat. Men gathered up their weapons, mounted their horses, and began the descent. They trudged through waterlogged fields where the hush of the countryside was broken by the shuffle of boots and the occasional cry of a sergeant ordering the ranks. Overhead, the sky was pale with thin clouds that drifted in the gentle wind. All afternoon they marched, and as dusk settled, they set camp in a sheltered copse near a meandering branch of the Red Fork. There, they found evidence that Frey men had camped not long before: trampled grass, cold ash from a large cook fire, a scattering of bones. The great Jon spat into the ashes, cursing the Freys under his breath. Yet no direct encounter occurred. The night was still, with only the crackle of their own fires and the muted hum of insects near the water. Robb settled in his tent, poring over a map with Roose Bolton and a handful of northern commanders. They deliberated the best approach to Riverrun, whether to arrive in a grand display of force or slip in quickly so as not to provoke the Freys. Eventually, they decided on a measured approach, banners unfurled but with outriders spread wide, scouting for any sign of treachery. In the middle of these discussions, a raven arrived, bearing a message sealed with the Tullyfish. Robb broke the seal and read by the lantern's glow. Catelyn Stark had already reached Riverrun and was safe. The letter went on to say that Walder Frey's men continued to posture outside Riverrun, but so far had only obstructed supply lines rather than initiating outright conflict. Edmure Tully was furious, but the Blackfish was counseling caution. Walder Frey had no real justification to besiege Riverrun or starve it out unless the old man intended to provoke House Stark into a misstep. Robb breathed easier at the knowledge that his mother was secure behind Riverrun's walls. He finished reading and looked up to see Bolton's eyes on him, unreadable as ever. "My lady mother has arrived," Robb said, forcing calm into his voice. "She awaits us, and the Freys are still posturing. No blood spilled yet." Bolton gave a small bow of his head. "Then we have a chance to resolve this through diplomacy, if that's your intention. Lord Frey must realize how vulnerable he could be with Tywin Lannister also prowling about." "Perhaps," Robb answered quietly, though he knew that Walder Frey's pride and cunning often outweighed rational sense. "We march at first light. Let's just hope reason prevails." At dawn, the army struck camp, moving out before the mists could fully lift. Sunrise painted the eastern sky in soft oranges and pinks, and the smell of dew on grass filled the air. As they advanced, the landscape began to take on the familiar features of the Tully stronghold: wide, fertile plains crossed by the Red Fork, dotted with villages that had once been prosperous. Some huts and cottages were newly rebuilt. Others lay in blackened ruin, testaments to the ravages House Lannister had inflicted. Crofters peered from doorways as the northern army passed, their faces etched with apprehension and a flicker of hope. Starks were said to be more just than many Southron lords, and the Riverlands had known enough cruelty. By midday, the towers of Riverrun rose in the distance, the fortress perched on its trident of water. A hush fell over Robb's men as they saw that the Tully banners yet flew proudly on the battlements. In the outer fields, the presence of Frey tents was obvious, small encampments scattered near the main roads, their banners depicting those twin towers. Robb judged there could be a few hundred Frey soldiers, maybe more hidden from plain view. It was not enough to threaten Riverrun itself in a direct siege, but certainly enough to menace supply trains. Outriders galloped forward from Riverrun, bearing Edmure Tully's colors, and soon, Robb found himself in the company of his uncle's men. They looked relieved, greeting the king in the north with deep bows. One of them, a grizzled knight named Ser Desmond, reported that Edmure and Lady Catelyn awaited Robb in the castle's courtyard, eager to discuss the next steps. Robb wasted no time. He led his host across the drawbridge, past the watery moat, and under the portcullis, all while the guards on the walls saluted their king. Inside Riverrun's courtyard, the stir of men and horses made for a noisy welcome, but Robb's attention was swiftly drawn to the sight of Lady Catelyn standing with Edmure Tully and Brynden Blackfish. Catelyn moved forward, relief bright in her eyes. She clasped Robb's hands between her own. He noticed that winter and war had drawn sharper lines on her face. She looked weary, but her shoulders were square with the resilience she had always shown. "My son," she said softly, "I am so glad you've come. The Freys camp out there like vultures, waiting." Robb squeezed her hands gently, then glanced at Edmure. His uncle was dressed in mail, a sword at his hip. Edmure's face bore frustration, though he attempted a welcoming smile. "Nephew," Edmure said, "we've had no luck dealing with the Freys so far. They refuse even the courtesy of meeting me in person. They just spew demands from their lines and threaten to block any supplies or travelers. I suppose they hope you'll ride out and parley, so they see, and wring concessions from you." The Blackfish stood close, arms folded. His weathered features were stony, but his eyes glinted with tempered anger. "They're playing a dangerous game, Robb. The old cur Walder Frey is known for opportunism, but this is bordering on an open breach of fealty." Robb nodded, stepping back so that the Great John, Roose Bolton, and other northern captains could join them. "We'll hold a war council as soon as the men are settled," he said. "Where's a suitable place?" "Follow me," Edmure replied. "We've prepared a chamber in the keep." Before heading inside, Robb took a long look around the courtyard. Many of Riverrun's soldiers were going about the business of tending horses, forging arrowheads, and collecting supplies. He saw the battered walls where the Lannisters had once laid siege, the patched ramparts that bore the scars of war. It struck him that, though Riverrun had withstood so many assaults, the threat now came not from the outside but from the strange standoff with the Freys, who were technically allies under northern independence, at least in name. In truth, that alliance had splintered. He followed his uncle and mother into the keep, the corridors lit by torches that sputtered in the enclosed air. The war council gathered in a chamber once used for banquets. The furniture had been rearranged to accommodate maps of the region, and a large table stood at the center, strewn with parchments and markers. Edmure Tully took his place at the head, with Catelyn by his side. Robb stood to her left. Gathered around them were Brynden Blackfish, the Great John, Roose Bolton, and several river lords who had come to pledge support or at least to keep watch on events. They included lords whose houses had been battered by the Lannisters but who remembered their ancient ties to Tully and Stark. The air was thick with tension as they took up the matter of the Freys. Lady Catelyn recounted her attempts at negotiation. She had sent polite letters and even extended an invitation for a meeting in neutral ground. All had been rebuffed with curt replies that demanded apologies and new terms for House Frey's benefit. Edmure fumed, pacing near the table. "They keep going on about how you, Robb, broke your betrothal vow? I swear, they harp on that more than anything else. It's as though Walder Frey is determined to humiliate us all before he lifts his blockade." Robb's face darkened. "I made recompense for that. He allowed me to cross. We gave him guarantees that House Frey would be compensated. Apparently, that wasn't enough." Brynden Blackfish let out a quiet snort. "Walder Frey wants more than a simple apology. He wants influence. Possibly lands in the Riverlands or promises of high marriages for his brood. Some rumor claims he's approached the Lannisters in secret, though no one can confirm." Roose Bolton placed a slender finger on the map where the twins were marked. "Frey is cunning, but also aware that if he openly sides with the Lannisters and the Tyrells, he'll be overshadowed by greater powers. He likely wants to play both sides until he sees an undeniable advantage. But you are king in the north, your grace." A show of strength might be required here. We could force them away from Riverrun's outskirts. The great John bared his teeth in a grin. Let's do it. March out under the direwolf banner, chase them like the curs they are. The Freys might squeal, but they'll think twice about raising steel to us in open battle. Lady Catelyn's expression grew pained. That might lead to a bloodbath. There are some among the Freys who would rather maintain loyalty to us. They might be overshadowed by Walder's more ambitious kin. If we kill them all, we lose any chance of mending fences. Besides, the Lannisters might seize the chance to strike our rear if we get bogged down in a prolonged fight with the Freys. A hush settled over the council as each option carried obvious perils. Robb tapped the table with his knuckles, scanning the map. He could see the main roads that led away from Riverrun, the supply routes that the Freys had blocked. What if we use a diversion? If the Freys are scattered, it might be possible to slip convoys into the castle from multiple approaches at once. Edmure, your outriders must know the local terrain well enough. We could bring in enough provisions to last you until we settle the matter more permanently. Edmure nodded. It could work. The Riverlands have hidden trails, ways we used in the last war. But that still leaves the Freys in place. Sooner or later, they'll catch wind of it. We'll do it soon, then, Robb decided. A swift plan, minimal force. Let them see a fraction of our men on one route while we send the real supply caravans through another. By the time the Freys realize, Riverrun will be well stocked. Then we call them to parley again on more equal terms. If they refuse, well, we'll have the supplies to withstand a standoff, and I can then decide whether to move against them directly. Roose Bolton dipped his head, the torchlight casting shadows across his gaunt cheeks. A prudent strategy. It avoids open battle and lessens the risk of a broader conflict. I'll offer some of my men to help with the diversion if it pleases you, your grace. Robb paused, examining Bolton's face. He had not forgotten how gray wind bristled around the Lord of the Dreadfort. But for now he needed Bolton's men. Your men's assistance would be helpful, Robb said. Your outriders know how to ride quietly. That's crucial. The War Council concluded with that plan in place. Over the coming days, they would arrange a supply train for Riverrun from a hidden route using smaller caravans from multiple directions, timed so the Freys could not intercept them all. Meanwhile, a contingent of mounted troops, drawn from Bolton's men, some of the Mormonts, and a smattering of other loyal houses, would create a stir in another quarter, drawing the Frey outriders away. They would not attack outright, but they would be noisy and conspicuous enough to command attention. As the meeting broke up, Lady Catelyn lingered with Robb. She placed a hand on his arm. I hope this works, she said softly. Walder Frey is so unpredictable. Robb let out a soft sigh. I know, Mother. But so long as we avoid giving him a reason to commit fully to the Lannisters, we have a chance. I'm grateful you were here to keep things from escalating. She smiled, though worry still lined her face. I only did what I could. Be cautious, Robb, and keep an eye on all your lords. This is a precarious time. He nodded and squeezed her hand. I promise. Then, with a quiet smile, he headed off to see to the preparations. Over the next 3 days, Riverrun bustled with secretive efforts. Edmure Tully and the Blackfish oversaw the sorting of foodstuffs and loading wagons in small groups. The local villages that remained sympathetic to House Tully offered what provisions they could spare. Teamsters sealed the wagons to keep out the damp. Bolton's men readied their horses, saddles creaking as they tested straps. The great John grumbled about the lack of an honest fight, yet he complied, making sure his own riders were alert for any sign of Frey infiltration. Catelyn Stark coordinated from within the keep, ensuring that the caravan's departure times were staggered. She handled messages from the local lords, sending decoys to confuse any potential Frey spies. All the while, the Frey encampments loomed on the horizon, watchful but not openly aggressive. Occasionally, a small party of Frey riders would appear near the outer fields, but they rarely ventured close enough to draw arrow fire from Riverrun's walls. At last, the day came to put the plan in motion. Fog clung to the ground before sunrise, providing a curtain under which the first wagons slipped out. Robb personally led a band of riders who would serve as the visible bait. The great John rode at his side, while Roose Bolton dispatched a captain named Will to accompany them. Their goal was to make enough noise to lure the Frey scouts away from the real caravans. They set out before dawn, hooves thudding against the damp earth. To any observer, it would look like a major foraging or patrol party, large enough to suggest it might be bringing or collecting something significant. They flew the Stark banner openly, drew attention wherever they went, and made no attempt at stealth. As predicted, it did not take long for Frey outriders to appear on distant hills. Robb's men spied them from across meadows and tree lines, small silhouettes watching intently. In a bold move, Robb had his group ride around in wide arcs, letting the Freys see glimpses of their banner, but never drawing close enough for a fight. Each time the Freys tried to approach, Robb's riders shifted direction, maintaining a distance. Occasionally, the Great John would let out a roar of challenge, baiting them, but the Freys were too cautious to engage. The dance continued all through the morning, and under that cover, the real caravans traveled a different route, escorted by able fighters and guided by men who knew hidden roads that skirted farmland and small woodlands. According to Edmure's plan, the caravans would converge on Riverrun from 3 directions. Each carried salted fish, grains, casks of ale, dried fruit, enough to fill Riverrun stores for many weeks. By midday, Robb's ruse had drawn at least 3 pockets of Frey outriders out of position. The Freys, suspecting a trap, followed cautiously but doggedly. Twice, Bolton's captain, Will, suggested that they might turn suddenly and crush the smaller Frey band, but Robb refused. A single pitched skirmish might escalate, and the entire plan relied on quiet success. Meanwhile, they had no word from the caravans. Not knowing if they'd been intercepted, gnawed at Robb, but he kept his composure, feigning confidence. Late in the afternoon, a scout galloped up, splattered with mud, and informed Robb that at least one caravan had reached Riverrun. Cheers rippled through Robb's party, and the Great John hooped. The Frey outriders watching them from a distance would have noticed the celebration, but they were too far off to hear any words. By dusk, additional scouts returned with more good news. The 2 other caravans also found their way in. Riverrun was resupplied. The mission was a success. At that point, Robb decided to ride back under cover of twilight, slipping away from the Freys before they could organize. They galloped northward with as much subtlety as a large mounted company could manage. By the time the Freys realized Robb's departure, it would be too late to hamper the supply convoys. Robb's riders reached Riverrun's gates well after nightfall. Torches lit the walls, and cheers echoed from the ramparts when they saw the king in the north return. Within the keep's courtyard, Robb dismounted and was met by Lady Catelyn, Edmure, and the Blackfish. All of them wore exhausted smiles. Wagons stood in neat rows along the courtyard perimeter, guards posted around them. The smell of fresh supplies was pungent: grain sacks, salted meats, barrels of onions. It was the smell of a small victory. "We did it," Catelyn said, relief in every line of her face. The Freys never even caught sight of most of the wagons. Riverrun's larders are well stocked again. Edmure let out a heartfelt chuckle. "I'd have paid good coin to see Walder Frey's face if he finds out how we duped him." Then he sobered. "But this is just one step. Sooner or later, the Freys might realize they can't starve us out. They'll either pack up or try something bolder." Robb nodded. "Then it's time to offer them parley again, but on our terms. They've lost a key piece of leverage. If they refuse, we'll consider our next move. I will not let them hamper the Riverlands or hamper our war efforts." He took a breath, scanning the courtyard. "For tonight, let the men rest. We'll speak further in the morning." That night, Riverrun felt almost festive. Soldiers savored hot meals in the hall, the mood lifted by the success of the day. Even the Great John, who had grumbled about lacking a proper battle, joined in the hearty laughter, swirling a cup of ale in one enormous fist. Robb, though, kept a measure of quiet. He was proud of the victory, but he knew it was fleeting. The war with the Lannisters still loomed. Winterfell was being rebuilt, but the north was not entirely secure. And Walder Frey, that sly old man, was not easily deterred. So after exchanging a few polite words with his bannermen, Robb excused himself and slipped away to a small solar he had been granted in the keep. There, gray wind sprawled on the floor, ears twitching. Robb sank into a chair, tension and exhaustion settling into his muscles. He thought of Jane Westerling waiting for him in Winterfell, how he wished she were here now, to share in the relief of a small triumph and to give him that quiet reassurance he so desperately needed. But she was safer in the north, or so he had reasoned. In the corridor beyond, he heard the shuffle of boots as guards patrolled. Somewhere, a raven let out a caw, stirring the hush of the night. Robb closed his eyes for a moment, letting the day's strain slip away. He did not sleep easily, for leaders seldom did, but at least he found a measure of rest. When morning came, it brought rumors that the Freys had discovered Riverrun's success. Reports trickled in that scouts saw angry Frey riders galloping from camp to camp, their blockade effectively thwarted. Robb summoned a war council again, though this time it was smaller. Himself, Edmure, Catelyn, the Blackfish, Roose Bolton, and the Great John. At that gathering, they decided to send a formal request for parley. Robb drafted the letter himself, carefully choosing words that extended courtesy but made it clear the king in the north would not be bullied. He offered to meet at a clearing just outside arrow range from Riverrun's walls, in plain view of both camps, with a limited escort on both sides. A messenger set out under a flag of truce. 2 days passed, tense and watchful. The Freys did not reply immediately. Their encampments remained in the same spots, but the scouts reported more movement. Perhaps they were consolidating or awaiting orders from the twins. Riverrun's men stayed vigilant, while Robb kept up a public show of confidence. He rode along the parapets, letting the Freys see the direwolf banner drifting in the breeze. He ordered archers to drill in the courtyard, their arrows landing in rhythmic thuds against targets. Yet privately, the question lingered. Would Walder Frey come to talk, or would he try something desperate? At last, near dusk of the second day, a single rider approached Riverrun under a Frey banner. He brought a curt message. Ryman Frey would attend a meeting on the morrow at midday at the designated clearing. Neither side was to bring more than 20 men. No crossbows, no archers. A formality, of course. Any number of hidden swords could be planted in the trees if the Freys intended treachery. But it was a start. Robb accepted, writing back that he would attend with a similarly small retinue. The Great John was all for wearing heavy plate and bringing a throng of swords, but Robb insisted on caution and balance. We want to show strength, not aggression, he said. If we march in bristling with arms, they'll do the same. It'll set the wrong tone. Let me handle this with a measured presence. Roose Bolton offered to accompany him, but something in Robb balked at the idea of having the cold-eyed lord at his side during a delicate negotiation. Instead, he chose the Blackfish, the Great John, and a handful of loyal knights from houses Tallheart and Mormont. Lady Catelyn wished to come as well, but Robb persuaded her it might be unwise. She was too close to the grievance the Freys held. Her presence might inflame them. Reluctantly, she agreed to remain in Riverrun, though he could tell it cost her a great deal to let him ride out without her watchful eye. The next morning dawned with an uneasy calm. In the courtyard, Robb mounted his horse, a sleek chestnut stallion, while the Blackfish checked the harness on his own mount. 20 men in total rode out under the Stark and Tully banners, though all were armed, mostly in mail and leathers rather than heavy plate. Robb wore chain and a breastplate embossed with the direwolf. Summer's warmth had not yet fully returned, but the day was fair, with only a few high clouds drifting across the sky. They rode to the agreed clearing, a flat stretch of grass near a bend in the Red Fork. Trees lined one side, the river the other. As they drew closer, they saw Frey banners, 2 tall poles topped with the emblem of the twins. Ryman Frey and a small retinue were waiting, looking none too pleased to be there. Their horses stamped restlessly. A few Frey men bore the narrow-eyed expressions of those who had no love for the Starks. Robb noted swords and spears, but no archers. At least they followed the letter of the agreement. He halted about 50 yards away, calling out that they came for parley. Ryman Frey gave a terse nod and motioned them closer. The two groups met in the middle, well within the other's earshot. Ryman Frey, a thick-bodied man with a sour mouth, inclined his head. "King in the north," he said without warmth. "You've called us to talk. We're here. Speak your piece." Robb edged his horse a few paces forward, so they were nearly face to face. "This blockade you've placed around Riverrun serves no purpose now that we have resupplied the castle. You've been offered fair terms of alliance and reward in the past, yet you continue to hamper the Riverlands. I come to ask why. And if there's a grievance, we can settle it peaceably." Ryman let out a sneering laugh. "Why? Because my father's word was broken when you married that Westerling girl. Because your mother, Lady Catelyn, thinks we're simple doormats to be used whenever it suits House Tully or Stark. Because you young wolves believe we'll wag our tails and follow." He jerked his chin at Robb. "We want restitution, more than your worthless apologies. My father demands new terms." "Name them," Robb said evenly. Ryman's lips thinned. He glanced at one of his companions, then back to Robb. Lands, gold, a royal betrothal for one of my sisters or nieces or some such. More than empty words. Walder Frey will not be pacified by trifles. Robb reined in his frustration. We are at war. We can talk about titles and grants once the war ends. The Riverlands are under Tully rule, recognized by the king in the north. If Walder Frey wants legitimate holdings, he can petition like any other lord after victory. But until then, we need House Freys cooperation, not sabotage. Ryman spat on the ground. Empty talk, that is. What if your war fails? What if you lose and the Lannisters hold the throne forever? Where's our reward then, Stark? We can't live on your promises. The Great John growled, knuckles whitening on his reins. But Robb held up a hand to keep him calm. You doubt my cause. That's your right. But Walder Frey took an oath to me in the sight of gods and men. And if I fail, the entire realm might fall under Lannister tyranny. If that's the future you want, keep meddling and see how the Lannisters reward you in the end. I suspect they treat the Freys no better than they treat any other minor house. Ryman's cheeks reddened. We're no minor house, he snapped. We hold the crossing. The Lannisters might find that useful. More useful than a wolf who's lost half his pack. He paused, lips pursing. But my father does not want open conflict. Not yet. He says if you want peace, you must show us good faith. There are options like a royal ward placed in our care or a valuable hostage. Perhaps your new wife's mother or father if they still live. That might soothe the sting of your broken vow. Robb's chest tightened with anger. Hostages. They wanted a hostage to guarantee his good behavior. I'm not giving you my mother or my wife's family or any innocence to placate Walder Frey's wounded pride. The Frey Knight to Ryman's left gave a snide laugh. Then we've little else to discuss. Silence fell, charged and ominous. The horses shifted. Behind Ryman Frey, Robb spotted a few men glancing at one another, some uncertain, others with open hostility. Across from them, the Blackfish kept his hand near his sword hilt, eyes narrow. Robb spoke, voice tight with controlled fury. We have no wish to spill blood among allies. But Walder Frey grows close to treason. If you persist in this blockade, or if you openly side with our enemies, we will respond. House Stark does not yield to blackmail. Ryman returned a cold glare, but there was something anxious in the way he kept shifting in the saddle. We want tangible proof of your contrition for breaking your vow. Without it, my father won't back down. The tension in that clearing seemed to vibrate like a bowstring. Robb realized they might be at an impasse. There was no easy solution that would appease Walder Frey's demands without giving away too much power. He weighed his words carefully, seeking a path that would avert open conflict, at least for now. Tell your father, Robb said at length, that if he stands with us to the war's end, he'll have his choice of unclaimed lands in the Riverlands or perhaps a seat on my council if I win the peace. We can formalize that in writing with Edmure Tully's seal as well. As for your demands of a hostage, we cannot comply. We have no faith that House Frey would release any hostage even if terms were met. Your father's reputation precedes him. Ryman bristled. You insult us. You question our honor after you trampled it. The Blackfish cut in, his voice like a drawn blade. Your father is the one who threatened to murder Edmure Tully's men if they crossed the Twins without paying his toll. He's the one who refused them refuge from Lannister outriders. Don't speak to us of honor. We've tolerated enough. A hush. Then Ryman Frey let out a tense exhalation. I'll pass your words on to my father, he muttered, though clearly unsatisfied. I doubt he'll be pleased. We want a hostage. You refuse. Perhaps the day comes soon when our spears and your wolves meet steel to steel. He gave a harsh laugh that rang with false bravado. We'll see who wins. Robb kept his voice even. We'll see indeed. Then, pulling on his reins, he turned his horse. The Great John and the others followed. There was no handshake, no sign of mutual accord. The parley ended with a bare thread of civility, each side returning to their lines in grim silence. Back at Riverrun, Robb convened another gathering. He relayed the Frey demands, hostages, more land, gold. Edmure's face reddened in outrage. They have no right to any of that. The very notion that we'd hand over a royal hostage is madness. Catelyn frowned in deep concern. Walder Frey is pushing us toward the brink. He must see some advantage in risking war with us. Maybe Tywin Lannister has given him assurances we don't know about. Roose Bolton, who had thus far remained composed in the face of the fiasco, spoke in a level tone. "We cannot discount the possibility that Frey expects Lannister backing if it comes to open conflict. The Lannisters and Tyrells control King's Landing. They hold the Reach's vast resources. They might promise Walder Frey dominion over the Riverlands if he aids them in crushing you, Your Grace. If that's the deal, we must act swiftly." A dark cloud settled over the room. Robb looked around at the anxious faces. The Great John banged his fist on the table. "Let's strike first, then. If we smash the Freys here, they'll think twice about betraying us. The castle at the Twins might be formidable, but I say we do as we did before. Lure them out or find another crossing. I'll lead the charge myself." Edmure shifted uncomfortably. Attacking the Twins is no simple task. Their fortress sits astride the river, and they're well-stocked. A siege could last ages. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister might march from the west, trapping us between. We can't fight on two fronts so easily. Lady Catelyn shut her eyes for a moment, thinking of all the angles. "Robb, you must also weigh your duties to the north. Winterfell is still recovering, and your wife is there. If you commit to a lengthy campaign against the Freys, you might weaken your position should Tywin or Roose." She paused, then amended. "Should Tywin Lannister strike north? The realm is too large to hold every piece of it in hand at once." Robb heard the unspoken worry in her voice about Roose Bolton as well. He swallowed. "We can't let the Freys strangle the Riverlands either. Edmure is our kin, and if Walder Frey truly does align with the Lannisters, we'll have an enemy controlling the vital crossing. Let me think on this carefully." They broke for the evening, no final decision made. The men were restless, but there was no immediate call to arms. Night fell on Riverrun under a tense hush. Robb took a lonely walk along the walls, gazing out at the distant Frey encampments. Torches flickered there in the darkness, scattered like fireflies in the fields. He wondered if Walder Frey truly believed the Lannisters would keep any promise once the war was done, or if he simply hated the Starks so much that he was willing to gamble everything. In a moment of introspection, Robb also considered his own broken vow, what a cascade of troubles it had unleashed. Yet how could he regret his marriage to Jane, who had been a light in his darkest hour? Gray wind padded at his side, large paws silent on the stone walkway. Occasionally, the dire wolf paused to peer into the darkness as if sensing watchers. Robb stroked the wolf's fur, feeling an odd blend of apprehension and resolve. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it. The notion of a direct assault on the Twins was daunting, but letting the Freys go unchecked risked everything he had built. In the morning, ravens arrived bearing news from the wider realm. One letter, sealed with the Moon and Falcon of House Arryn, hinted that the Vale remained closed off, with Lysa Arryn refusing all calls to involve herself in the war. Another came from White Harbor, where Lord Wyman Manderley wrote of building ships to defend against Ire-born raiders and possibly to assist in any northern naval endeavors. A third message, bearing no seal but recognized by the watchful scribble of a Sellsword courier, contained rumors that Tywin Lannister was amassing forces near Harrenhal, possibly preparing for another strike at the Riverlands. If Tywin advanced, the precarious standoff with the Freys might turn into a trap for House Stark. Robb spent much of that day deep in council with the Blackfish and Edmure. Roose Bolton was absent, having ridden out early with a few men to investigate the territory near Harrenhal. He left word that he wanted to gauge the truth of the rumors about Lannister movements. Some lords murmured that Bolton had gone to parley with Lannister agents in secret, though none said it to Robb's face. Distrust of the Dreadfort ran strong, especially among the Riverlanders who had heard dark tales of flayed skins and quiet betrayals. That evening, to Robb's surprise, another raven arrived from the Twins, no less. Walder Frey himself had penned it. The letter, although laced with condescending remarks, suggested yet another meeting. This time, Walder demanded that the king in the north come in person to the Twins to sign a fresh arrangement of their alliance. The words dripped with courtesy, but the message was plain: come to the Twins and humble yourself, or consider us your enemy. The timing was suspicious, just as Tywin Lannister might be moving troops. Edmure read the letter, then handed it back to Robb with a scoff. He's lost his wits if he thinks you'll ride alone into his fortress after everything that's passed. By the gods, you'd be safer walking into the Lion's Den. Catelyn shook her head vehemently. Absolutely not. He invites you to your ruin. If you go, it will be a trap. Perhaps not a slaughter like a wedding feast, but something similar or worse. Once inside the twins, he could hold you hostage or kill you or hand you over to the Lannisters. I forbid it. Robb felt a pulse of defiant anger at the old man's gall. I'm not going, he said firmly. Not unless Walder Frey offers ironclad guarantees, which he won't. I'll send a reply, politely declining. But this means he's testing us. He wants me to fold or do something rash. The Grey John grinned through his beard. Let's do something rash, then. March on the twins and see how the old weasel likes it. Robb's jaw worked. The idea of taking the twins by force flared in his mind. But he recalled the many reasons that was unwise. The fortress was well guarded and notoriously difficult to storm. The entire crossing was designed for defense, and the Freys knew every inch of it. A siege could take months. Tywin Lannister could sweep in, or even ambush them from behind. We'd bleed ourselves dry, Robb said, exhaling. No, we'll hold firm here. We have Riverrun secure, and we can keep our supply lines open with the same tactics we used before. The Freys can brood behind their tents, but if they want open battle, let them come to us. Thus, Robb penned a reply, measured in tone but resolute. He refused to come to the twins unguarded. If Walder Frey wished to negotiate, let him send a proper envoy or meet at a neutral castle. He added that any attempt by House Frey to side with the Lannisters would be met with force. The letter was dispatched that same day. As the days passed, a lull settled over the region. Frey outriders kept their distance. Tywin Lannister's rumored muster at Harrenhal remained unconfirmed, with Roose Bolton's scouting party still gone. In the intervals of uneasy calm, Riverrun's inhabitants resumed daily life. Blacksmiths pounded metal, fishers cast nets in the nearby water, and couriers traveled to outlying villages, ensuring the local folk knew that House Tully and King Robb Stark stood firm. Catelyn tried to bury her worries in organization, helping manage the fortress's logistics. The Blackfish personally inspected the walls, ensuring no vantage point was left unguarded. Edmure Tully found small tasks to keep his garrison motivated, and Robb tried to maintain a vigilant watch, meeting daily with his captains, reading each new Raven's message with care. A week later, news finally arrived from Roose Bolton, brought by one of his men. The letter stated that Bolton had ventured near Harrenhal, discovering that while some Lannister forces occupied the ruin, Tywin himself was not present. Instead, Gregor Clegane commanded a brutal band of raiders who were harassing the local Riverlands population, as they had done before. Tywin might be away in the west or returning to King's Landing. Bolton suggested that the rumored muster at Harrenhal might be exaggerated. There was no sign of a major host. He planned to remain in the field for a while longer, gathering more intelligence. Robb read Bolton's letter with mixed feelings. He disliked that the man was operating so independently, but the news that Tywin Lannister was not amassing a huge force near Harrenhal at least lessened the immediate threat of being flanked. Nonetheless, the presence of Gregor Clegane was worrisome. The mountain's brutality could scatter villages and push desperate peasants onto the roads, complicating supply lines. If the Freys aligned with that chaos, the Riverlands might be forced to fight on multiple small fronts. He shared the contents of Bolton's letter with Catelyn and Edmure, then called a meeting with the Great John and the Blackfish. The question, Robb said, is whether we should move to drive out Gregor Clegane from Harrenhal or remain near Riverrun to watch the Freys. If we go, the Freys might strike behind us. If we stay, the mountain roams free, terrorizing the countryside. The Blackfish spoke, voice low. Harrenhal is a nest of curses. You've taken it before and lost it. Others have done the same. That ruin changes hands like a gambler's coin. Still, letting the mountain roam is dangerous. The Grey John gave a blunt shrug. Then we smash him. We've faced Lannisters in open battle before. The mountain is just a man under all that steel, though a monstrous one. We could put him down if we muster enough men. Robb considered the idea. We could leave a strong garrison in Riverrun, enough to discourage the Freys from a direct attack, and march a portion of our forces to Harrenhal. The problem is, we risk splitting ourselves. And winter isn't truly over, provisions remain tight. Catelyn entered the chamber at that moment, having been detained by other duties. You're discussing an offensive? She asked, glancing at the map. We can't forget the shape of the war. King's Landing is still in the hands of Joffrey and the Lannisters, supported by the Tyrells. Stannis lurks at Dragonstone but offers no aid to us. The Boltons remain ambiguous. Our best hope is to secure the Riverlands fully and hold the north while we wait for a chance to strike a meaningful blow. Another fruitless skirmish at Harrenhal might weaken us. Robb rubbed his temples. You're right. I don't want to overextend. But leaving the mountain to ravage the countryside might drive the small folk to despair or cause them to ally with the Freys out of desperation for protection. Brynden Blackfish leaned over the table. We could send a swift cavalry raid to keep the mountain at bay, not a full host. Harass his foragers, free prisoners, then return quickly before Frey has time to move. After considering the plan, Robb consented. He delegated the mission to a capable commander from House Mallister who had experience riding in the region. A few hundred mounted men might do enough damage to Gregor's forces to disrupt his raids, but not so many that Riverrun would be left unprotected. The decision settled, they moved on to the next order of business, further fortifications, and the question of the Freys' next step. Days stretched into weeks. The weather grew warmer, grass turning green, farmers plowing the fields in cautious hope. The snows that lingered from the tail end of winter receded into muddy ground. Skirmishes flared in the outlying areas, with small groups of Frey men sometimes clashing with Tully outriders or Bolton scouts. But no major battle erupted. It was a slow war of attrition, each side maneuvering for position, each waiting for the other to blink. Ravens flew incessantly, carrying messages back and forth between Winterfell, White Harbor, Moat Cailin, and Riverrun. From the scattered bits of news, Robb pieced together that the Ironborn were still active near the stony shore, though House Manderley had pinned them down. In the south, King's Landing prepared for lavish festivities. Word spread that King Joffrey's wedding to Margaery Tyrell would be a spectacle meant to dazzle the realm. Robb felt only grim distaste at the thought of Joffrey celebrating while the North and Riverlands bled. An uneasy equilibrium formed around Riverrun. The Freys, failing to starve the castle or coax Robb into the twins, seemed to settle into a pattern of watchful waiting. Walder Frey sent more acid-laced letters demanding homage or hostages. Robb responded with unwavering refusals and offered negotiations at neutral sites. Stalemate. During these weeks, Robb received a letter from Jane carried by a trusted courier from the north. She wrote of small progress in the rebuilding of Winterfell, more walls patched, a handful of courtyards cleared, a functioning infirmary operating under her guidance for the men who had suffered injuries during the cold months. She spoke of how the people looked to her as the lady of the castle in his absence, how she hoped to make him proud. In careful words, she admitted to missing him deeply, to wishing he would return soon. Robb felt a rush of warmth and longing reading her words. It fueled his determination to resolve the standoff and return home, yet the war would not let him depart easily. One afternoon, just as a mild drizzle of rain patted the ramparts, another raven arrived from the twins, addressed to Robb Stark, king in the north. The messenger who brought it reported that Frey men had been seen massing near the fords, though no open march had begun. Inside the sealed message, Walder Frey railed about the insults to his house and ended with a thinly veiled threat. If Robb continued to spurn House Frey's demands, they would shift their fealty to the Iron Throne. That would mean Lannister armies would have free passage across the twins, enabling an invasion from the south or west into the Riverlands or even the north if the war progressed. Robb gathered his principal lords in the Great Hall of Riverrun. Rain drummed on the roof as they sat around a long oak table. At the head, Robb read the letter aloud, voice tight. I am done with your hollow courtesies, boy. If the king in the north thinks he can break oaths and pay no price, he is mistaken. My swords stand ready to defend what is mine or to grant safe passage to forces that will rid me of your arrogance. Deliver a hostage or two of suitable value, or else do not look to the Freys for mercy. Signed, Walder Frey. When Robb finished, a hush fell. Wind rattled one of the shuttered windows. The great John looked fit to burst with rage, fists clenched atop the table. Edmure ground his teeth. Catelyn's face was drained of color, her eyes dark with foreboding. The Blackfish stood at the far side, arms folded, a grim statue of silent fury. Roose Bolton, recently returned from his foray, broke the silence first. It seems we have our answer. Walder Frey intends to join the Lannisters unless we capitulate. His voice was mild, but his eyes flickered with calculation. A new front in the war could be upon us soon. Robb felt the weight of the realm pressing on his shoulders. The memory of how close he had come to losing everything at the twins the first time flickered in his mind. They had avoided that slaughter, but Walder Frey's thirst for retribution was not sated. If Frey sides with the Lannisters, Robb said slowly, then Tywin can send troops north through the twins with ease. Riverrun will be threatened from multiple directions and the north could be vulnerable. We can't let them link forces, the Blackfish said, voice edged like steel. If Walder Frey invites the Lannisters in, they'd have a corridor right to the heart of the Riverlands. The Great John slammed a fist on the table. Then we strike first. No more half measures. We gather every man loyal to you in the Riverlands, Mallisters, Brackens, Blackwoods, maybe even some from the Vale if they can be coaxed, and we move on the twins. We burn Walder Frey out of his towers if we must. Edmure eyed him warily. That is easier said than done. We might lose thousands to the crossing's defenses. We'd be as vulnerable as fish on a hook while we tried to break those walls. Lady Catelyn spoke then, her voice quiet but firm. Still, if Frey truly throws in with the Lannisters, the threat is too great to ignore. Riverrun could be surrounded in short order. Moat Cailin might hold any direct invasion from the south, but the Riverlands would become a battleground again, perhaps worse than ever before. Robb stared down at the letter in his NDS, the parchment damp from the humidity. The words stood out in black ink, each phrase stinging like a lash. He thought of his father's sense of honor, of how Ned Stark would weigh the cost of another war in the Riverlands. Thousands more could die if they marched on the twins, yet Walder Frey was pushing them closer to that cataclysm. We have to consider a direct campaign, Robb said, his voice thick with grim resolve. I'll not give him hostages. Roose Bolton's pale eyes regarded Robb thoughtfully. Your Grace, might I suggest we also consider a smaller, more precise operation? The twins are large, but Walder Frey himself, he is one old man, and if his leadership were removed, perhaps the next in line would be more amenable to negotiation. Catelyn drew a sharp breath. You speak of assassination? Bolton gave a minute shrug. Assassination, infiltration, call it what you will. If Walder Frey is truly the driving force behind this vendetta, removing him could shatter the Freys' unity. Many of them might be relieved or simply confused, giving us an opening to install a more cooperative branch of the family. It's a fraction of the bloodshed that a full siege would cause. The Grey John grunted, torn between disgust at the idea and a grudging recognition that it might be simpler. Edmure stared at Bolton as if he had suggested some black magic. The Blackfish's mouth tightened. Robb felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. His father had abhorred dishonorable methods such as murder under a banner of peace. But these were desperate times and Walder Frey was not a man of honor. Killing him in secret is no better than what he might do to us, Robb said, though his tone wavered slightly. I'm not an assassin, my lord. We Starks have tried to hold to certain standards. Bolton bowed his head. As you say, Your Grace, I only offer a solution that might spare many lives. But if you find it too distasteful, I understand. Silence followed. The idea hung in the air, tempting for its practicality yet repulsive for its duplicity. Robb took a breath. I won't stoop to such measures yet. Let's prepare for the possibility of war. We'll send out ravens to our Riverland allies to converge near Riverrun. We'll muster more men from the north if possible, though that means recalling them from rebuilding efforts. And we'll see what moves Walder Frey makes next. If he welcomes Lannister troops, we march. A decision made, though it felt like only one step along a dark path. Over the next days, ravens flew and banners were called once more. Riverrun's forges burned hot, forging weapons. Scouts fanned out to track any sign of a Lannister approach. The men spoke of a coming storm. Yet, in the quiet corners of the fortress, many prayed for a miracle that Walder Frey would not go through with his threat or that Tywin Lannister would be occupied elsewhere. Reports soon confirmed that Frey forces around Riverrun had pulled back, traveling north along the river roads. Their tents vanished from the fields they once occupied, leaving behind churned earth and refuse. It was as if they were consolidating near the twins. The blockade ended as abruptly as it had begun, but it brought little relief, for everyone guessed the reason. Walder Frey meant to muster his strength on his own turf, with the formidable defenses of his ancestral fortress to protect him. If the lines were truly drawn, the twins would become the next major battleground. Riverrun's new quiet felt ominous, like the hush before thunder. Robb managed to receive a letter from White Harbor, where Lord Wyman Manderley pledged more men, some foot and a handful of ships that could sail the White Knife. Another dispatch from the Dreadfort said Roose Bolton remained near Harrenhal, having small successes against Gregor Clegane's raiders. Robb couldn't be sure if Bolton's absence was a blessing or a curse. Whatever the truth, the North was coalescing behind Robb once more, no matter how ragged the alliances might be. Finally, a day came when the king in the North stood in Riverrun's yard, watching thousands of men arrayed in preparation for a new campaign. A cool breeze tugged at the banners. The direwolf of Stark, the trout of Tully, the roaring bear of Mormont, the sunburst of Karstark, though few Karstark men actually came, given their lord's grievance, and even some Riverrun sigils like Malister's eagle and Blackwood's ravens. Horses pawed the ground. Plate and mail glinted where the morning sun kissed them. The great John roamed among the ranks, barking orders. Edmure Tully stood at the gate, conferring with the Blackfish about who would remain to defend Riverrun. Lady Catelyn approached Robb, concern etched into her features. She reached out and touched his arm gently. "This is it then?" she asked. "You're marching north against the twins?" Robb inclined his head. "I can't wait for Walder Frey to strike first. We'll move up the west bank of the Green Fork, then cross if we must. He has to know we're coming. Perhaps it'll force him to negotiate again before blood is spilled." She nodded, though her expression was sad. "Take care, Robb. I've lost your father, and I've lost too much of our family. I cannot lose you as well." He bent to kiss her cheek. "I'll be careful. I swear it by the old gods. Keep Riverrun secure. If the Lannisters or Freys try some trick, hold out until I can return." Grey Wind stood near Robb's horse, nostrils flaring as if he sensed the tension. Robb climbed into the saddle, glancing once more at the army forming behind him. He felt the familiar swirl of dread and determination. He was no stranger to war, but it had lost any trace of youthful glory. Now it was a grim duty he must shoulder for the sake of the North and the Riverlands. Amid the clatter of hooves and armor, trumpets sounded. The portcullis rose, and the vanguard began to march out along the broad river road. Robb took one last look at his mother's face, at the walls of Riverrun that had sheltered him, and then nudged his mount forward. They were bound for the twins, to face the house that had once offered them passage, a house whose patriarch's wounded pride now threatened to drown the realm in more blood. The ride north was a somber affair. Villagers along the way offered reluctant greetings. Some brought out bread and salt as tokens of hospitality, recalling the old custom that once might have ensured safety in a host's hall. But after witnessing House Frey's duplicity, many wondered if any such custom still held weight. The roads were decent, though spring rains made for muddy patches. Scouts rode ahead, reporting no immediate sign of Frey ambushes. Still, the men rode with weapons ready. Overhead, storm clouds gathered, promising rain. By the time they passed a ruined holdfast that the Lannisters had burned the previous year, the first fat drops began to fall, pattering on shields and helms. The gloom of the skies reflected Robb's mood. He thought of his father's lessons in justice, how each lord must weigh the cost of punishing wrongdoing. Walder Frey's wrongdoing was blatant, yet it sprang from a grievance Robb had provided, albeit inadvertently, when he chose his own bride. Could peace still be salvaged? Or had the time for talk finally passed? On the second day of the march, a party of Riverlords joined them, House Vance and House Piper, each bringing a few hundred men. They rode in under drooping banners soaked by the constant drizzle. Their leaders spoke grimly of how Walder Frey had threatened them as well, demanding homage or else. More and more, it looked as though House Frey was isolating itself in preparation for a final break from Robb Stark. Nearing the third day, the skies cleared briefly, revealing a watery sun. The army pressed on, crossing farmland and scattered groves. As they halted to water the horses near a small stream, Robb found a moment to speak privately with the Blackfish. The older knight had been riding near the vanguard, checking on scouts. He dismounted, gave his horse a pat, and faced Robb. "There's sign of Frey outriders in the distance," Brynden Tully said, gesturing northward with a gauntlet hand. "They're not approaching, just watching, likely relaying our progress back to the twins." Robb gazed toward the distant hills. "That's expected. We'll not catch them by surprise. We'll form the men into a cautious column, pike and spear in the center, cavalry on the flanks. If Frey wants a pitched battle, we'll be ready." The Blackfish nodded, his face set. "Is that what you want, Robb? A pitched battle?" Robb sighed, leaning against his saddle. "I don't want more northern or Riverland blood spilled, but I will do it if necessary. Walder Frey has forced our hand. Perhaps if we appear in strength before his gates, he'll relent." We can only hope. That night, the army made camp in a broad meadow. Fires dotted the field, sending up sparks into the star-dusted sky. Robb shared a simple meal of bread, salt cod, and onions with his closest men. They spoke quietly of tactics, of how best to place siege engines if it came to that, and of old victories. Through the flickering firelight, Robb glimpsed the men's faces, some determined, some fearful. They had followed him through so much. He prayed he would not lead them to a senseless slaughter. 2 more days brought them to the outskirts of the Twins. The fortress lay ahead, straddling the green fork with its pair of identical towers joined by a stone bridge. Beyond the walls, the wide river glittered under a sullen sky, and the approach to the castle was a narrow causeway that forced attackers to choke their ranks. Banners flew from the towers, twin castles on a field of blue and gray. Robb spotted movement on the walls, clusters of men. A drum sounded echoing across the water. He halted his host on a rise where the land dipped toward the fortress. The men formed ranks, cavalry in the rear, archers on the wings, foot soldiers in the center. Trumpets blew a sharp call answered by the distant horns from the Twins. It felt like the hush before a great storm. Robb rode forward with his vanguard and raised a hand as though in greeting. A single voice carried from the walls, magnified by the open space, "King in the north, you approach the Twins unbidden. State your purpose." Robb guided his horse a few steps closer, letting gray wind range by his side. He called out, voice echoing off the stone, "I come to demand that Walder Frey withdraw his threats, end his treachery, and honor the pact he made. We have no wish to harm the Freys, but if forced, we will fight." For a few moments, there was no response. Men on the ramparts shifted. Then, a raspy voice, distinctly older, dripping with scorn, rang out, "Harm the Freys? Ha! Do you think I fear you, boy? Your father was an honorable man, but you broke faith with me. Did you think that would go unpunished?" Robb gritted his teeth. The voice was Walder Frey's, as reedy and mocking as ever. He shouted back, "We offered to make amends. We offered gold, land, titles, once the war was won. You demanded hostages and humiliations. I will not yield my people to your pride." Cackling laughter came from the walls. Walder Frey's silhouette, supported by attendants, appeared in a high balcony. "Amends? You gave me false smiles. A broken vow is a broken vow. And your own mother once promised me this would not happen. A plague on all your negotiations. If you want my loyalty, come up here and grovel for it as you should have done at your wedding." Unease rumbled through Robb's ranks. The great John muttered a curse under his breath. Robb called out again, "If we must settle this with steel, so be it. But know that if you ally with the Lannisters, the realm will remember who drew first blood among supposed allies." Walder Frey's voice rasped over the ramparts, "You talk of memory? Ha! Let them remember what befalls oathbreakers. You want a crossing? You want me to stand aside? Not without a heavy price. Unless you're here to surrender, I suggest you turn around and crawl back to your wolf's den." He glanced at someone off to the side, then called out, "You may build your siege lines if you wish, boy. We have stores for a year, and Tywin Lannister's friendship is worth more than your threadbare courtesy. Leave now or suffer." Walder Frey vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a cacophony of jeers from men on the battlements. Robb wheeled his horse, feeling rage and frustration clawing at him. Around him, his banner men looked grim, the certainty of a bloody siege settling into their bones. "Construct the camp," he ordered. "Archers to the front. We'll raise pavilions out of range of their crossbows. Secure the supply lines. If Walder Frey wants to be besieged, so be it. We'll see how the Lannisters come to his aid." And so, under a sky that was suddenly heavy with clouds, Robb's army began to set up in a wide ring around the Twins. Engineers took measurements for siege engines. Pikes were set in defensive rows. Scouts roamed the perimeter to ensure no Frey riders could slip out unseen. Tents rose in orderly rows. Fires were lit and the smell of cooking drifted over the damp fields. The stage for another great confrontation was set. For days, neither side moved to attack in force. The Freys rained a few desultory arrows at scouts or foraging parties. Some of Robb's men returned fire. The siege was in its early, cautious phase, both sides testing the other, each waiting to see if the Lannisters would appear. At night, torches flickered along the Frey ramparts. By day, their banners taunted the besiegers. And the king in the north watched from his command tent, wrestling with the knowledge that though this confrontation had not taken the shape of a red wedding, it could spiral into a more protracted and brutal campaign. Winterfell was far away, Jane's letters a precious comfort. Every hour that passed, the ghost of potential betrayal lingered. Would Tywin Lannister swoop in with an army? Would Roose Bolton stand by his side if that happened, or turn coat? There were too many unknowns, and the realm balanced on a razor's edge. As the stalemate drew on, Robb found himself pacing the lines of his camp in the gray dawn. He passed by men from Bear Island, from House Glover, from House Umber, from lesser Riverland houses. Each soldier looked to him as their king, trusting him to guide them through this crisis. He had avoided one massacre, there had been no red wedding. But war still cast a long, dark shadow. He prayed to the old gods for strength and wisdom. One last time, he considered sending Walder Frey a final appeal. But after all the letters, the parley, and the humiliations, it seemed the time for talk had ended. And so, in the muddy fields before the twins, a new chapter of conflict began. Robb Stark, the young wolf, prepared for battle, carrying the weight of the North on his shoulders. The dream of a swift, honorable war had died long ago. Now there was only the clash of wills, Stark and Frey, with the threat of Lannister intervention looming. Robb's gaze settled on those twin towers across the water, imagining Walder Frey's sneer. He vowed that he would see this through, no matter the cost, for the sake of his people and the memory of all they had lost. The Red Wedding had never come to pass, but the specter of war still stalked him, whispering of how fragile hope could be even as he fought to keep it alive. You said. Continue 6,500 words, ensure lore accuracy and attention to detail, no subtitles. ChatGPT said. Reason for 18 seconds. Rain sluiced down in cold sheets, darkening the sky over the twins until midday seemed like dusk. Robb Stark stood outside his tent, one hand resting on Grey Wind's massive head, and surveyed the activity across the muddy expanse of his siege lines. Men in Stark livery mingled with Riverlanders beneath makeshift pavilions, their cloaks soaked and boots caked in sludge. Beyond, the twin towers loomed as impregnable as ever. On the ramparts, the faint silhouettes of Frey sentries peered out through the haze, bows or crossbows in hand. No missiles fell in this moment, just the ceaseless rain that turned ground to mire. Robb's host had ringed the fortress for several days now, trying to blockade every approach. They had planted sharpened stakes, built ditches, and arranged pickets to keep Frey outriders from slipping away. As expected, Walder Frey refused to sally out and fight, instead letting his men jeer from the walls. Sometimes the old man's reedy voice carried on the wind a sneer-laced invitation for Robb to assault the crossing if he dared. Robb dared not. The towers, the causeway, the thick walls, and the narrow stone bridge made such an assault suicidal. And so both sides waited. The men were sullen. Patience had never been easy in war, especially not in the damp chill of early spring. In his tent, warmed only by a small brazier, Robb studied a map of the crossing. By the wan light of a lantern, he ran his finger along the river's curves. The Green Fork was swift here, swirling treacherously beneath the old stone arches that joined the towers. He had engineers drafting possible siege plans. One notion was to attempt building massive rafts upstream, then float them down with archers and pick crews to assault the base of a tower, but the currents would wreak havoc on such a scheme, and the Freys had ways to burn or sink any craft that approached. Another plan involved catapults bombarding the towers until something gave. But the twins had withstood centuries of tumult, and the engineers believed toppling even one tower would require weeks of stone hurling. With each day, the risk of Tywin Lannister arriving grew. And Walder Frey still had not made the grand gesture of welcoming Lannister banners, yet every messenger from the west suggested Tywin might be preparing a host near the Golden Tooth or even as far south as Harrenhal. The tent flap rustled as Brynden Blackfish entered. He shed a dripping cloak, shaking water onto the already muddy ground. His face was set in stern lines. "Your Grace," he said, voice pitched low. "Lord Vance has sent a rider with news of possible Frey patrols hitting the local villages. Small groups, 15 or 20 riders, are scouring for food and livestock. Our men have been able to chase them off in some places, but they keep darting back behind the twins' walls or crossing the river by boat. They're harassing any peasants who haven't fled." Robb lifted his gaze from the map. "So Walder Frey is nibbling at the edges," he said grimly. "He'd rather starve us of resources and sabotage our foraging than meet us in open battle." The Blackfish nodded. "Precisely. The lords from these parts grumble that if we keep letting the Freys slip through, we'll run out of supplies before long. Rain spoils what we have, and our lines spread too wide to guard every approach." A soft growl rumbled in Grey Wind's throat as though sharing in Robb's frustration. Robb set his jaw. "We can't just storm the walls. We'll lose half our army. I need to consider some other tactic. Or at least we can shift more men to watch the rear, keep them from raiding. We still have enough outriders, though the ground's a quagmire." The Blackfish looked torn, obviously wanting a more direct approach. "I'll make sure the outriders are reorganized. But that means fewer men for the siege lines themselves." Before Robb could reply, another figure slipped into the tent, a lean man in mail bearing the sigil of House Mallister on his surcoat. Sir Mark Mallister bowed quickly and said, "My lords, a raven just arrived. It's from Riverrun bearing Lady Catelyn's seal." Robb motioned for him to hand it over. The parchment was damp fr. The journey. He broke the seal, eyes flicking across the words. The Blackfish watched closely, searching Robb's face for any sign of news. Robb's expression darkened. "My mother sends word that some of Walder Frey's kinsmen remain scattered in the Riverlands," Robb said. "She's heard rumor that at least one of them, the Black Walder, might be in contact with Lannister emissaries. The rumor claims an arrangement is nearly struck. Gold and a formal alliance in exchange for a corridor north if the Lannisters decide to press an offensive here." The Blackfish exhaled. "So it's as we feared. They're waiting for Tywin or some Lannister banner to appear. That's likely the only reason Walder hasn't thrown open the gates yet. He wants proof the Lannisters will indeed come to his aid. Once that proof arrives, the Freys might attack or hold us in place for Tywin to crush." Robb's teeth ground together. Indeed, the more time passes, the more it favors Walder Frey if a Lannister relief force marches. Or even Roose Bolton if he's turned. I still hear nothing conclusive from him. His last letter claimed he was harrying Gregor Clegane's men near Harrenhal. But who knows if that's true? He folded the letter with more force than necessary. "We must force Walder's hand somehow. Either we coax him to battle on open ground or we find a way to starve him into negotiation." The Blackfish pressed his lips thin. "The twins are well stocked, or so the small folk whisper. Walder's brood made certain to gather stores last year, and no doubt they have hidden caches we know nothing about." Robb's frustration mounted. He glanced at Grey Wind, who stared back, ears perked in silent empathy. "Then, short of a miracle, we're stuck in a siege that could last months. We can try raiding the outskirts to deny them resources, but they slip away at night. I can't commit to a protracted siege while Tywin organizes. I might have to risk an assault sooner than later." He paused, swallowing. "We'll lose many good men." The Blackfish said nothing. The quiet acceptance of that grim truth weighed on them both. Then, Sir Mark Mallister shifted his feet. "My lord, Lady Catelyn also mentioned Sansa Stark in the letter. There are rumors from King's Landing that your sister might be in more danger. Something about the Crown announcing new charges of treason if the North doesn't yield. It might be a ploy to goad you into an unfavorable negotiation." Robb closed his eyes briefly. He felt the old pang of guilt at leaving Sansa in the Lannisters' hands. The knowledge that Joffrey or Cersei might use Sansa as leverage twisted his insides. "She's still a pawn for them," he said softly. "I have no way to free her now. King's Landing is half a continent away." The Blackfish placed a hand on Robb's shoulder, a rare gesture of comfort. "My nephew, you bear the burdens of this war heavier than any man. It's not your fault Sansa is caught in their web. This is the Lannisters' doing." Robb nodded, chest tight. "Even so, I can't ignore the possibility that the Lannisters might try to force a hostage exchange. Walder Frey demanded hostages, too." He let out a breath. "All these demands. I won't pay for them with innocent lives, nor will I subject any of my people to Walder Frey's spite." He passed the letter to the Blackfish for his own reading, then bent over the map once more. "We'll continue to fortify the siege. The men are exhausted from the rain, but have them drive more palisades along the western flank to prevent these Frey raids. Keep rotating the outriders. If Walder or his sons try to slip away, I want to know. We can't let them gather behind us or carve up our supply lines." The Blackfish nodded, tucking the letter away. "As you say, Your Grace." Night fell slowly in the gloom of low clouds. A persistent drizzle slicked the camp. Men huddled in tents, trying to keep tinder dry enough for fires. The soggy ground stank of wet straw and horse dung. Despite the discomfort, Robb's presence among his troops helped morale. He walked from post to post, cloak plastered to his back, exchanging a few words, checking that the men had at least some hot soup. Everywhere he went, he caught glimpses of their fatigue, but also the respect in their eyes. They were fighting for the king in the north, a cause that bound them together. He tried to show them that their king would not stand idle in a warm command tent while they shivered in the open. By the time he returned to his own tent, Grey Wind had vanished into the darkness, likely out hunting. Robb removed his sodden cloak, let it drip near the brazier, and sank onto a camp stool. The day's decisions echoed in his mind, pressing on him like an anvil. He rubbed the back of his neck, wishing for even a small respite. Then, a voice at the flap startled him. "Your Grace," came a guard's voice. "The Great John is here to see you." Robb straightened. "Let him in." The guard pulled the canvas aside, and in stepped the massive form of Great John Umber, who brought with him the faint stench of damp leather and sweat. His beard was tangled, water dripping off the ends. He stomped once to shed mud, then bowed his head. "Beg pardon for the late hour, Your Grace, but I've news." Robb gestured for him to speak. "Go on." The Great John crouched, restless energy evident in his large frame. "One of our scouts rode in, says the Freys are building something along the northern bank, maybe a small outpost or an elevated platform for catapults. Hard to see in this darkness, but the scout swears men are hammering away. Could be they plan to harass us from across the river." Robb frowned, rising to check the map pinned to a wooden board. "They could fire on our siege lines from a distance or disrupt our own catapult placements. If they put ballistae or scorpions up there, they might target supply wagons. The ground across the river is fairly high in places." The Great John nodded vigorously. And they know that land better than we do. We could send men to tear it down, but crossing the water under bow fire would be no easy thing. Not unless we strike swiftly." Robb drummed his fingers on the board. "We'll send outriders at first light to confirm. If the Freys are erecting siege engines, we either neutralize them quickly or fortify ourselves to withstand the barrage. We can't let them pick us off." The Great John bared his teeth in a feral grin. "I volunteer to lead that raid if you like. My Umbers can handle a bit of mud and arrow fire." Robb half smiled. "I know you can, but let's get clearer intelligence before we commit. If we try to storm across the water at the wrong point, it may be a trap. The twins bristle with hidden defenses." The Great John accepted that with a growl of assent. It's wise to scout first. But by the gods, I'm tired of sitting. My sword arm is itching for a real fight. Day after day of staring at those damn towers. Feels like the walls themselves mock us." Robb exhaled. "I feel the same, believe me. But we must not fling men at the Freys' defenses blindly. Patience is a bitter medicine, I know. We'll see what the morning brings." With that, the Great John rose, bowed again, and took his leave. Outside, the wind gusted, rattling the tent poles. Robb settled on his cot, half-dozing as the brazier's warmth lulled him. Visions flickered behind his eyelids, Sansa as a captive, Jane alone in the battered halls of Winterfell, Walder Frey's cackling face. He dreamt of a wedding feast never attended, of crossbow bolts that never flew. He saw the ghosts of men who, in another turning of fate, might have been slaughtered at the twins. Instead, they were here, trudging through mud. Yet the war still loomed. Eventually, the dream fractured and he lapsed into a restless, uneasy sleep. Morning arrived with a leaden sky but no active rain. Mud glistened in every rut and puddle. The outriders, dispatched at first light, returned by midday. Their news was more certain now. The Freys had indeed built a wooden platform on the far bank, possibly to mount a scorpion or small catapult. They had watchers there too, scanning for any sign that Robb's men might approach. It was a minor threat, but one that could grow if left unchecked. So Robb arranged a sortie, albeit a cautious one, to see if it was feasible to destroy the platform. He called a brief council. The Great John lobbied to lead the raid, but Brynden Blackfish volunteered as well. "I know the lay of the land somewhat," the Blackfish said. "Before your father's day, we Tullis and Freys had skirmishes here more than once. If we move downstream, cross where the water is shallower, we might outflank that platform from behind. A small, swift strike." Robb nodded. "Choose no more than 50 men. Horses might be a hindrance if the ground is too boggy. Go on foot quietly. Burn that platform if you can, kill or capture any men stationed there. Then withdraw. Don't linger." The Blackfish agreed. Plans were set for the raid to commence under cover of late afternoon, by which time the Freys might be less vigilant. Meanwhile, Robb prepared a diversion. Some of his mounted men would ride near the causeway, drawing attention. If the Freys looked that way, they might not notice a small band slipping around from the east. As the day wore on, clouds drifted overhead, occasionally showing shards of weak sunlight. Morale in the camp lifted slightly, at least something was happening. Robb gave instructions to the cavalry leaders for the feint, cautioning them to avoid any real engagement with the towers. "You're just there to rattle them," he said, "let them think we might test the gates." The men understood, though many yearned to do more than wave banners at stone walls. Come mid-afternoon, with a dull light filtering through the clouds, the operation began. Robb, from a vantage on a small rise, watched as the cavalry trotted toward the causeway with flags flying. They whooped and hollered, brandishing spears in mock threat. On the walls of the twins, horns sounded in response. Robb imagined Frey crossbowmen lining up behind crenellations, peering down at the riders. A few arrows arced from the battlements, landing in the mud well short of the cavalry. The riders reined back and circled away, making a show of threatening to return. It was all a dance, a carefully orchestrated bluff. Meanwhile, Brynden Blackfish and his hand-picked men were slipping from the main camp, heading east along a narrow track through patches of scraggly trees. From a distance, they would look like any other foraging party, if the Freys even noticed them. Robb could not see them now, but he trusted in his uncle's skills. The Blackfish was known for his cunning in small-scale warfare. Robb waited with bated breath as an hour dragged by, then another. He paced the lines, ignoring the damp seeping through his boots, ignoring the tension of the men who'd grown used to watching for signals. The sun dipped lower in the sky, clouds drifting in from the west. Then, faintly across the river, Robb glimpsed a plume of black smoke rising from the far bank. Shouts echoed across the water, muffled but distinct. Moments later, an orange flicker danced near the base of the wooden structure that the Freys had built. Archer fire traced in the air, tiny lines of darkness. Robb felt a surge of anticipation. If the raid succeeded, they might hamper the Freys' vantage or any new artillery. As he watched, the flicker grew into a blaze. Sparks leapt into the air, and the smoke thickened. The Freys on the walls must have noticed it too, for the horns sounded again, sharper this time. Robb's cavalry, still near the causeway, took that as a cue to intensify their feint, riding forward in a mock charge. Crossbow bolts rattled against their shields, and a few men tumbled from saddles, wounded but not necessarily dead. The rest wheeled around, brandishing their weapons in defiance. From Robb's vantage, he could barely see the chaos on the far bank, but the swirling smoke told him the raid had landed some blow. At length, a horn from the Blackfish's party signaled retreat. Robb saw a scattering of figures sprinting away from the flames, heading downstream where they must have stashed small boats or forded a shallow crossing. Frey defenders converged on the burning platform, some trying frantically to douse the fire with buckets from the river. But the structure was already engulfed in flames. Within minutes, it collapsed in a shower of sparks, leaving a smoking ruin behind. Robb exhaled, relief mixing with grim satisfaction. The cavalry also pulled back, racing away from the causeway to avoid heavier casualties. The Freys on the battlements hurled insults and more arrows, but soon the commotion subsided. By dusk, the battlefield stilled once more, with only the smoldering remains of the platform to mark the day's violence. In the quiet that followed, scouts fanned out to find Brynden Blackfish's party. They returned after dark, escorting the Tully Knight and about 40 survivors. Some carried wounded comrades. The Blackfish himself sported a bleeding gash on his left forearm, but he waved away any attempt at fuss. He reported directly to Robb near a small cookfire. "We took them by surprise," he said, his breath rasping with exertion. "They had about 20 men on site, building some engine frames. We overwhelmed them quickly, burned the platform. Half of them died, the rest fled. We lost 8 men. Another half-dozen wounded." He grimaced, resting a hand on his wounded arm. "It's a blow to their efforts, but they'll likely rebuild if they can. At least it buys us time." Robb clasped his uncle's shoulder. "Well done. I'm sorry for the men we lost, but you returned victorious. That's something we rarely see in a siege." He called for a maester to tend the wounded, urging the Blackfish to get his arm looked after properly. The old knight gave a slight bow. "A small victory, Robb. But these small steps might eventually push Walder Frey to negotiate or else lure him into a misstep. I'm at your disposal for whatever comes next." Robb nodded with gratitude. "Rest for now. We'll see how the Freys respond come morning." They did respond, though not in the manner Robb might have hoped. At dawn, fresh horns blared from the twins. Frey troops appeared in force along the ramparts, armed with crossbows. They loosed a hail of bolts toward the forward portion of Robb's lines, an act of spite more than a serious assault, for the bolts fell mostly short. A few men were struck. From within the fortress came jeers, cackling, and shouted oaths. In the distance, a pale shape with a long beard could be seen leaning over a parapet, presumably Walder Frey himself, shaking a bony fist at the northern army. In the center of the siege lines, men bristled with anger. Some called for an immediate assault, convinced they could overrun the causeway if they charged en masse. More cautious voices prevailed, reminding them that the causeway was a death trap. Robb had to quell hotheads who demanded revenge for the arrows that had stung their fellows. Discipline was shaky, but he managed to maintain it, giving firm orders that no one was to attempt the causeway without his explicit command. Days ground on, each with its own petty clashes, archery duels, nighttime raids, attempts by the Freys to break out in small numbers. Robb had to dispatch outriders daily to chase them off. Morale in the Stark Tully camp wavered, lifted only by the knowledge that they had at least prevented any large-scale movements from the fortress. Yet with each new dawn, it became clearer that Walder Frey was in no hurry to surrender. Ravens came and went from the siege camp, carrying updates to Riverrun, to White Harbor, and even to the Dreadfort, though no response ever returned from Roose Bolton. Lord Wyman Manderley at White Harbor pledged more men if needed, but the roads were still foul from the end of winter. Any large movement from the north could take weeks. And time was not on Robb's side. Tywin Lannister might appear at any moment with a host. Word filtered through traveling merchants that Joffrey's wedding was over in King's Landing. Whispers suggested it had not gone as planned, that there had been some shocking event, but details were scarce. Some rumors claimed Joffrey was dead, but no Raven confirmed it. The realm was swirling with uncertainty, which might be good for the North if it sowed discord among the Lannisters, but might also prompt them to unify around vengeance if Joffrey truly had perished. On a cold morning near the third week of the siege, Grey Wind returned to camp with fresh blood on his muzzle, a sure sign the dire wolf had brought down a deer or something of the sort in the surrounding woods. Robb found him near the edge of a stand of trees, devouring his kill, ignoring the drizzle that spattered his thick fur. The presence of the dire wolf heartened some of the men. Grey Wind had become a legend among them, a symbol of the North's ferocity. But even that symbol could not feed an entire army. Supplies were dwindling. No matter how well they planned, feeding thousands was no simple task. They had to range far for hunting and foraging, and Walder Frey's men took advantage of that, picking off stragglers. The Great John approached Robb as he surveyed the lines. "We could attempt building rafts or shallow draft boats, as your engineers suggested, cross upstream in numbers. The Freys can't be everywhere at once." Robb's expression was tight. "They'll see us. We'd be slow to cross. A few hundred men might make it, but not in secret. By the time we land, the Freys would be mustered to meet us. And we'd have no sure retreat if it went poorly." The Great John made a fist, punching his open palm in frustration. "We're fighting a stubborn old rat holed up in a fortress the gods themselves designed for defense. 1,000 curses on him." That sentiment was felt by nearly every man in camp. Yet Robb refused to let despair rule him. He sat down with his captains day after day, drafting new plans, new possibilities for infiltration, sabotage, or a sudden nighttime crossing. Each plan, upon close inspection, reeked of danger and would likely yield heavy losses. Meanwhile, he attempted to provoke Walder Frey into meeting him in the field, but the old man would not budge. House Frey's pride and cunning had found their perfect stronghold. Around the same time, Lady Catelyn arrived in camp, traveling with a small escort from Riverrun. She had insisted on coming after hearing the siege dragged on with no progress. Edmure Tully had wanted to accompany her, but she left him behind to oversee defenses at Riverrun. When she arrived, battered by the journey and half-frozen from the chill nights, Robb embraced her. Though her face was drawn with worry, her presence gave him a moment of warmth. They conferred in his tent. Catelyn cast her gaze around the small space, taking in the maps, the muddy boots, the tension in Robb's posture. "My son," she said softly, "you look exhausted." Robb managed a thin smile. "I've been better. The siege weighs on me. Walder Frey is content to sit behind his walls and fling insults while we starve on his doorstep." She lowered her hood, revealing strands of auburn hair gone silver at the temples. "Then we must try once more for a diplomatic solution. I know how unlikely it is, but we can't let the men suffer indefinitely. Perhaps Walder will speak with me. He might find twisted pleasure in trying to humiliate me. But I'd endure it if it spares lives." Robb shook his head. "I hate the thought of you facing his scorn again. He's demanded impossible hostages, and you know he'd hold you if he could." Catelyn's eyes flickered with determination. "He knows holding me would bring him no advantage. It would only cement your fury. Still, I'll be cautious. I can try to at least glean how serious his alliance with the Lannisters is." Robb sighed. "If you wish it, I can't stop you. But let me select your escort carefully, no more than a handful, and we'll keep archers trained on the gate if they try any trick." That afternoon, Lady Catelyn rode toward the causeway under a white flag, accompanied by the Blackfish and 4 other loyal knights. Robb remained behind, standing atop a small earthen rampart they'd raised, peering through the drizzle at the fortress. He felt an old dread in his gut, recalling how every parley with Walder Frey seemed doomed. But Catelyn was resolute. She approached slowly, presenting no threat. The gatehouse remained closed, though arrow slits presumably tracked every movement. A Frey herald came out under the portcullis, demanded to know her business. She stated that she was Lady Catelyn Stark, mother of the king in the north, come to speak with Lord Walder for the sake of peace. The herald withdrew. Eventually, to Robb's surprise, the gates opened and a small retinue of Frey men emerged to greet her. They led her party inside the first gate, though the drawbridge to the inner castle remained up. From Robb's vantage, he could barely make out his mother vanishing into the gloom of the outer yard. Tension coiled in his chest. If Walder Frey sprang a trap, time crawled. Minutes felt like hours. The men in the Stark camp stood alert, many clutching spears or bows. The day wore on toward twilight. Smoke rose from cook fires. Rain threatened once again, chilling the wind. Finally, as shadows lengthened, the gate opened once more and Catelyn's party rode out. They were unmolested, at least physically. Robb saw no sign of immediate harm. Relief swept him as they approached. He descended from the rampart to greet them. Catelyn's face was set in grim lines as she dismounted. The Blackfish's expression was thunderous, his mouth a tight line. Robb's stomach sank. "Mother, are you all right?" he asked, scanning her for any wounds. She drew a breath, steadying herself. "I'm unharmed." Lord Walder was predictably vile. We spoke in a dim hall with half his family around him, bristling with petty indignations. He made it clear that nothing short of a hostage of great value or the immediate gift of large tracts of land will even bring him to the table for serious discussion. Robb felt anger roil in him. "You know we can't do that. We can't reward his treachery." Her jaw clenched. "I told him as much. He cackled and said to me, then starve at my gates or break your teeth on my walls. I'll sign no pacts with oath-breakers who offer me nothing but words. If you want the Riverlands for your own, you must pay me in blood or gold or hostages." Then he added that Tywin Lannister has sent him messages promising support, though I can't say how true that is. He threatened to open the gates to Lannister troops soon if we don't yield. Robb muttered a curse. "He's toying with us, pushing us to desperation. Did he give any sign that he'd meet me personally? Or is he content to hide behind those walls?" Catelyn shook her head. He said, "The boy can come here and kneel if he likes. Otherwise, he can keep blowing horns out in the mud. I'm an old man. I have more patience than that whelp ever will." A hush fell. Men within earshot heard her words, and their scowls deepened. The Great John, standing nearby, spat into the mud. "I'm done listening to that bag of bones. Let me carve a hole in his walls and drag him out by that sagging neck." Robb exhaled. "He wants us to throw ourselves against the twins. It's his advantage, or he wants us to yield. Both are equally disastrous." Brynden Blackfish let out a low growl. "At some point, we must make a choice. Either we commit to a long siege, hoping the Lannisters never come, or we risk an assault." "Lady Catelyn, did he threaten anything else that might force our hand immediately?" "He boasted of provisions for a year or more," she replied. "He also bragged about hidden supply routes, though I suspect that was partly bluff. Still, the short of it is that Walder Frey will not relent unless we meet his outrageous demands. And in his state, I fear reason can't reach him." Robb stared up at the towers, looming against the darkening sky. The sense of entrapment gnawed at him. "We maintain the siege for now. If Tywin's men show up, we'll have to adapt. But I'll not let Walder Frey walk away from this unscathed. He has chosen to wage war against us. One way or another, we'll respond." Nightfall wrapped the camp in cold gloom. Lady Catelyn was given a warm corner of Robb's tent, though comfort was meager out here. Robb stayed up late with his captains, discussing the possibility of constructing siege towers to try a direct assault. The carpenters believed they could craft a few tall structures with thick wood, but rolling them up the causeway would be suicidal under arrow fire, boiling oil, and boulders from above. Another suggestion was a tunnel, but the watery terrain made that nearly impossible. Meanwhile, The men of the North and the Riverlands were losing heart. Some openly questioned why they didn't simply withdraw, fortify the Riverlands, and intercept the Lannisters elsewhere. But if we leave, Robb told them, Walder Frey will reassert control, strike at our rear, and likely open his gates to Tywin. We'd be giving the Lannisters a perfect corridor north. The Karstarks might join them or the Boltons or any of the wavering houses. No. If we don't settle House Frey, they'll plague us until we lose everything. Thus the siege dragged on. Days blurred. The weather shifted from drizzle to patches of watery sunshine, then back to drizzle again. Scouts reported no large Lannister host marching from the west, at least not yet. Some men dared to hope that Tywin was otherwise occupied, perhaps the turmoil in King's Landing was real. But rumors offered little comfort when each day the Freys stood upon their walls, hurling insults and occasionally firing arrows just to remind everyone who held the advantage of height and stone. One quiet morning, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Stark camp. A small group of riders bearing the banner of House Serwyn approached, their horses near exhaustion. They were admitted under guard, and the lead rider, a stout, thick-bearded man, dismounted before Robb's command tent. The man introduced himself as Ser Barley of House Serwyn, a messenger from White Harbor. Robb ushered him in from the wind, offering a cup of watered wine. Ser Barley downed half at a gulp, then spoke. My lord, I bring tidings from Lord Wyman Manderly. He's learned from passing ships that King Joffrey has indeed died at his wedding feast in King's Landing. Word spreads that Tyrion Lannister is accused of the murder, that the crown is in disarray. Tommen Baratheon is likely to be crowned next. The Tyrells remain in King's Landing, but Tywin's grip might be weakening. Gasps and murmurs spread among Robb's inner circle. Catelyn stiffened, her eyes darting to Robb. The Greyjohn let out a booming laugh, though he cut it short in caution. If the Boy King is dead, that changes matters. The Lannisters might turn inward, dealing with chaos. Ser Barley continued, Lord Manderly thinks this may be the best chance to strike the Lannisters while they're in disarray or to force them to accept terms granting northern independence. He stands ready to send more men if you call, though winter storms still hamper the roads. He also warns that some in the north are restless, uncertain if staying in the south with the siege is wise. Robb nodded slowly, absorbing the shock of Joffrey's death. So many times he had thought about avenging his father on that Boy King, only to have the realm deal with Joffrey itself, it seemed. Yet he could not let that overshadow the immediate crisis. Thank you, Ser Barley. You'll have fresh provisions for your journey back. Tell Lord Manderly we appreciate his support. Our position here is difficult. If Tywin's power wavers, the Freys might lose that advantage. Perhaps Walder Frey will be forced to reconsider. But that same evening, a raven arrived from the west with a contradictory rumor. Tywin Lannister, though reeling from Joffrey's death, might be even more resolved to crush his foes as he needed a decisive victory to maintain the crown's authority behind Tommen. No one seemed to know the truth for certain. Wars are often fought in the shadows of half-truths, and this war was no different. Walder Frey did not appear any more willing to negotiate. Indeed, the following morning, the defenders on the walls displayed a grotesque sign, the head of one of Robb's outriders mounted on a spike. An archer who had gone missing days before. The men in Robb's camp seethed with rage at the sight. Some had to be physically restrained from charging the causeway. The next day, the Freys catapulted a rotting horse carcass over the walls at the Stark lines, a vile insult that spread stench and disease threat. Robb's men shot flaming arrows in retaliation, though none could reach the top of the towers with enough force to do real damage. Small hostilities flared each day. Fear of disease prompted Robb to order the carcass dragged away and burned. The siege grew uglier as it stretched on. Some men sickened with camp fever, some deserted in the night. Others were found drowned in the river, riddled with crossbow bolts. Through it all, Walder Frey never emerged, never called a parley. Messages from within the fortress were scarce, except for mocking demands for hostages or tribute. Amid the gloom, a stroke of luck arrived in the form of a prisoner. One evening, a group of Northmen captured a Frey scout who had wandered too far. The man was dragged before Robb's war council, battered and terrified. He begged for mercy, offering to tell them anything about the fortress's defenses. At first, the man's words seemed worthless. He spoke of thick walls, secret passages, and hidden storerooms. But then he revealed something new, the possibility of a hidden sally port along the western tower's base, rarely used, known to only a few. Walder Frey sometimes smuggled out contraband or let favored minstrels in that way to keep them hidden from his wives. If the prisoner was telling the truth, it could be a point of infiltration. Robb pressed him for details. The man claimed the port was a narrow tunnel leading out to a patch of brambles near the river. Usually, it was locked from the inside, guarded by 2 men. Under cover of night, a small party might surprise the guards, slip in, and open a gate for the main army. Of course, it would be a gamble. If the information was false or the alarm was raised, it could be a massacre. The prisoner insisted he told the truth, weeping that he only wanted to live. The Great John proposed hanging him if the plan failed, but that wouldn't help the infiltration, so they decided to keep him as a guide instead. The War Council debated the idea. Brynden Blackfish, cunning in such matters, was intrigued. A small infiltration force might slip in, kill the guards quietly, and race to open the gates of the Western Tower. If we held that tower, we could possibly force the Freys into the Eastern Tower or onto the bridge. But the risk is monumental. If the alarm sounds, we'll be trapped. Robb rubbed his temples. He was acutely aware that infiltration attempts often ended in blood. Yet the siege was strangling them and time favored the defenders. "Let me think on it," he said. "We'll vet the prisoner's story as best we can. If there's truly a sally port, we might make a move at night. The Great John and the Blackfish would each lead a contingent. I'll remain with the main force, prepared to rush the causeway once we have a foothold. We'd need perfect timing." Catelyn listened, pale-faced. "It's dangerous, Robb." "It is," he acknowledged. "But this entire war is dangerous. If we do nothing, we bleed out here in the mud while Tywin or some other force eventually envelopes us." He forced a grim smile. "I prefer to act rather than wait to be choked." They agreed to plan carefully. Over the next 2 days, the Blackfish and a few men scouted from the far side of the river, trying to spot any brambles or hidden doors that matched the prisoner's description. They found a suspicious patch of dense growth pressed against the Western Tower's foundation. Though from a distance, it was impossible to see a door. At night, lantern light sometimes flickered behind those walls, hinting at a possible guard post. Finally, they laid out the infiltration plan in detail. A chosen party of 20 picked men would slip across the river under cover of darkness. The Frey prisoner would guide them to the hidden entrance. If they gained entry undetected, they would dispatch the guards, proceed into the lower corridors, and attempt to secure the main gate of the Western Tower, letting more men in. Simultaneously, Robb would lead a diversion on the causeway to draw the defenders' attention. If the infiltration force lit a signal flame from the tower's top or blew a horn thrice, that would be the sign that the gate was open. Robb's main host would storm the causeway, hopefully facing a divided garrison. If all went well, an enormous if the twins might be taken from within. The night chosen was moonless, with heavy clouds blanketing the sky. Rain threatened but did not fall, leaving only a damp hush. Men whispered that the old gods might favor them or that the castle's gloom was a sign of ill omen. Robb spent the afternoon ensuring every man knew his role. He left Lady Catelyn in charge of the reserve lines, with instructions to hold if the infiltration failed. The Great John, eager for action, was assigned to lead the infiltration along with Brynden Blackfish. The prisoner, sweaty and trembling, was placed under watch of 2 archers. If he tried to flee or betray them, he would be shot on the spot. As darkness fell, the infiltration party slipped away from the main camp. They carried minimal metal gear, muffling swords and axes in leather wraps to keep them from clanking. A few had short bows with no more than half a quiver each to avoid extra weight. They waded across a shallower stretch of the Green Fork, chest deep in some places, counting on the gloom to hide them from Frey lookouts. It was an agonizing crossing, cold water swirling, men stifling gasps or curses as the current pulled. But they made it. On the far bank, they crouched behind reeds, scanning the fortress walls above. No alarm horns sounded. The plan advanced. Near midnight, Robb had his forces begin the diversion. They lit torches in front ranks, had drummers roll out a steady beat as if preparing for an assault, and formed up near the causeway. Shouts echoed across the water, intended to make the Freys think the main push was about to commence. Crossbowmen on the walls answered by launching a volley, which clattered harmlessly off the newly erected mantlets. Neither side advanced further yet. It was a tense standoff, any spark capable of igniting full battle. Minutes passed like hours. Robb's heart thundered. If the infiltration failed, The Freys would discover them soon enough and either capture or kill the men. Then the castle would likely sally out in force or simply mock them again from behind stone. But if they succeeded, far to the left, a flicker of movement caught Robb's eye atop the western tower. He peered through the gloom. Had he imagined it? No, there a brief, faint spark, maybe a torch. He strained his ears, listening. The wind carried the sound of men shouting from the ramparts, confusion lacing their voices. Another few breaths passed. Then a horn blast, dull and distant, echoed from the fortress walls. Pause, then a second blast. Another pause, then a third. Robb felt adrenaline surge. That was the signal. He spun to his bannermen. They've done it. Forward. Trumpets blew, the war drums pounded, and the men roared in unison. A hail of arrows soared upward as the causeway assault began in earnest. Great John Umber's infiltration had apparently worked, or so the horns suggested. Robb bellowed for the vanguard to advance with ladders, grapple hooks, anything that might help them clamber onto the causeway. The Freys on the battlements realized something was amiss. Men were shouting and running to the west tower, ignoring the causeway. It was the opening Robb needed. Shields raised, the forward lines surged across the approach. Crossbow bolts rained down, taking men in the arms, legs, throats. Screams cut the air. But the momentum was with Robb's host this time. They were not half-hearted. They charged, ramming into a partially lowered portcullis. Axes chopped at chains, men shoved timbers into place. Meanwhile, archers on Robb's side returned fire, focusing on the murder holes above. The clang of steel on steel rang out, the wet stones slick with blood. In the swirl of chaos, Robb saw a contingent of his men slip through a side gate that had inexplicably opened from within. The infiltration party must have seized control. He pressed forward. Gray wind darted at his side, the direwolf's teeth bared in a snarl. They cleared a narrow entryway, stepping over the bodies of fallen Frey defenders. The stench of death was already thick. Inside the courtyard, confusion reigned. Frey men were trying to form ranks, but others were running toward the western tower, from which more northern men were emerging. The Gretchen's booming laugh echoed from a rampart overhead. Somehow, the infiltration team had broken through at least part of the tower's defenses. He saw the Blackfish too, sword red with blood, calling for men to secure the gates. The impetus was unstoppable if only for a few precious moments. Then came fierce resistance. Frey knights, some of them older men with faces twisted in fear and fury, rallied near the central yard. Crossbows fired from arrow slits in the eastern tower. One volley struck a group of Malister men who had just forced the side gate. Another volley pinned Stark spearmen behind a half-collapsed wall. Robb was forced to duck behind a large wooden wagon. Gray wind sprang on a Frey soldier who got too close, ripping his throat out in a spray of crimson. The screams of wounded men rose in a cacophony. The stink of blood, sweat, and damp stone enveloped them. "Press on," Robb shouted, voice ragged. "Take the yard." He glimpsed men with a makeshift battering ram smashing at a barred door, presumably leading deeper into the fortress. If they could hold the courtyard, the rest of the twins might fall in line. But the Freys did not yield easily. More defenders poured out from side passages, brandishing halberds or spears. Some were ill-trained, young or old, pressed into service out of desperation. Others wore heavier mail, bearing the scowls of Walder's more warlike descendants. Robb's host clashed with them in a swirl of steel. To Robb's left, the Great John hammered aside a Frey knight with his massive sword, letting out a roar of triumph. The infiltration must have given them the element of surprise in the western tower, but the rest of the fortress was awakening fast. Arrows whistled from the ramparts. Robb ducked as one hissed past his ear, embedding in the wagon behind him with a dull thwack. He answered with a slash at a Frey footman who tried to close in, nearly severing the man's arm. Grey wind lunged at another, sending him tumbling with a strangled cry. Gradually, battered and bloodied, Robb's men gained ground in the courtyard. In the flickering torchlight, he could see the thick stone walls and narrow windows above from WH. Its defenders still shot at them. They needed to get inside, secure the main passages. The infiltration force had come from below, controlling some corridors, but it wasn't enough. They had to wrest the entire castle from Walder Frey's clutches. A battered man in stark colors emerged from a doorway, panting. "Your Grace, the sally port is ours, but more Freys are massing in the Great Hall. We can't break through unless we have more men." Robb nodded, calling for reinforcements. "Push them from both sides," he commanded. "We have men in the western tower. Coordinate with them. Flank the Freys in the hall." He was about to follow when a voice rang out from above, shrill and furious. "Stark whelp, you think you can take my castle? You, who broke faith with my house." It was Walder Frey himself, standing on a wooden balcony that overlooked part of the courtyard. His face was a contorted mask of rage, lit by torches. He leaned on a cane, flanked by Frey guards with crossbows. "You'll die for this. The Lannisters will have your head, your mother's head." He was cut off by an arrow that hissed upward from somewhere in Robb's ranks, narrowly missing him. The shaft clattered off the balcony rail. Walder Frey let out a startled yelp, stumbling back into the shadows. In that moment, half a dozen crossbow bolts rained down, forcing Robb's men to scatter. Walder Frey was not dead, but clearly frightened. If he retreated deeper into the fortress, the fight would only intensify. Adrenaline surging, Robb realized they had a chance. If they could seize Walder Frey himself, his men might surrender. He roared to the men near him, "Hold the courtyard! Drive them back!" Then, accompanied by Grey Wind and several loyal knights, he dashed for a side staircase that spiraled up toward the balcony. The steps were slick with blood and strewn with a couple of corpses. Frey or Stark, he couldn't tell in the frenzy. The group advanced carefully, shields raised. They reached a landing where two Frey guards lunged from the shadows. One thrust a pike at Robb's chest, but his shield caught it. He hacked the pike aside, then slammed his sword into the guard's collarbone, toppling him in a scream. Grey Wind snarled at the other guard, who tried to flee, but a northern knight ran him through before he could raise the alarm. They pressed on, winding up another flight of steps. Shouts and clangs resounded from every corridor. The twins had become a labyrinth of pitched battles. At last, Robb burst into a broad corridor with a battered wooden floor. Torch brackets lined the walls, some knocked askew. Grey Wind sniffed the air, hackles raised. A moan came from behind a half-open door, but the path beyond led to a wide set of double doors. Robb guessed that might be the route to the main hall. Walder Frey had been on a balcony earlier. Perhaps he had retreated this way. Robb signaled his men to proceed. The double doors creaked open, revealing a high-ceilinged hall lit by sputtering braziers. Long tables had been shoved aside, and a handful of Frey men stood at the far end, around the old figure of Walder Frey. He was shrieking at them, jabbing his cane for emphasis. As Robb and his knights burst in, Walder Frey whipped around with wild eyes. "You dare come here," he spat, trembling with fury. "Kinslayers, oathbreakers, murderers." Robb advanced, sword raised. "Surrender, Lord Frey. Call off your men. End this siege and yield. Enough blood has been spilled." Walder Frey's eyes bulged with hateful scorn. "Never. I'll see you all burn first." He gestured to his guards, who hesitated, some clearly fearful of the dire wolf that growled low and menacing at Robb's side. A heartbeat of tension. Then one of the guards flung down his sword, backing away. Another followed suit. Walder Frey turned on them, voice cracking in outrage. "Cowards! I'll have your skin," but the remaining guards, seeing they were outnumbered, also lowered their weapons. The old man was left almost alone, sputtering in impotent rage. Robb stepped forward, tightening his grip on his sword. For all Walder Frey's venom, he was still an old man, bones fragile beneath that spidery frame. "It's over," Robb said. "Order your men to lay down arms." Walder Frey bared his teeth, defiant even now. "The Lannisters will avenge me. You've no idea the fury you've wrought. The North shall suffer for generations." Robb swung the flat of his sword, striking Walder Frey's cane out of his hand and sending him reeling. Two northern knights seized the old man before he could fall. He thrashed, spitting curses. "You'll regret this day, boy. You'll regret it." Robb felt a chill. Perhaps there would be a reckoning yet. But for now, they had taken the heart of the fortress. "Spread the word," he ordered. "Tell every Frey soldier that their lord is captive. If they resist, they'll be shown no mercy." The knights nodded and hurried off. Grey Wind loomed near the trembling Walder Frey, lips curled back to show yellow fangs. The old man went pale, swallowing hard. Minutes later, more of Robb's men flooded into the hall. Among them came the great Jon, battered and bleeding from a cut on his thigh, but grinning triumphantly. "We took the gates, Robb. Some Freys are still fighting in pockets, but half of them have thrown down arms. The day is ours." Cheers erupted from the knights and men-at-arms. Robb exhaled a shaky breath. The day was theirs indeed, though the cost in blood was high. He glanced at Walder Frey, who slumped in the knight's grip, silent now except for ragged breathing. Scenes of slaughter must have played out all over the fortress. The courtyard was awash in gore. The infiltration force had paid a steep price, but they had succeeded where a long siege might have led to ruin. Still, Walder Frey's final shriek echoed in Robb's mind, the threat of Lannister vengeance. Dawn found the twins in stark hands. Northern and Riverland men stood guard at the walls while remaining Frey soldiers were disarmed. Some showed relief at the end of fighting, others wore sullen, hateful expressions. The old man himself was locked in his own solar, placed under heavy watch. His many sons and grandsons, those who had not died, were corralled elsewhere, uncertain of their fate. Robb, grimly surveying the fortress, considered how tenuous this victory might be. They had gained a crucial crossing but spilled rivers of blood to do it. The question now was how the realm would react, and what Tywin Lannister would do. Lady Catelyn arrived with her escort soon after sunrise, having waited behind in the camp until the fortress was declared secure. She gazed at the carnage in the courtyard, at the battered gates, the soot from fires set during the night's fighting. Sorrow lined her face. "Gods have mercy," she whispered. "So many lost." Robb set a hand on her shoulder. "We did what we had to do. Frey gave us no choice." She nodded, though tears glistened. "I know. War is never simple. At least it's done." Robb wasn't sure if it was done, truly. The short-term result was a crucial strategic advantage. Controlling the twins blocked any Lannister force from crossing easily in the Riverlands north. It re-established a direct link between the north and Riverrun. But Walder Frey still breathed, and, as an old man with cunning and a thirst for vengeance, he might conspire even from captivity. Robb considered the option of executing him outright, ending the threat once and for all, but the notion felt perilous. Killing a lord who was already a prisoner might set an example of cruelty or lawlessness. Then again, letting Walder Frey live might be an even greater risk. For the next few days, Robb worked to restore order. He posted guards at every gate, placed the Great Jon in command of the new Frey garrison. The injured were tended by maesters, though many died of wounds too grave for help. Bodies were piled outside the fortress walls for burial or burning, the stench clinging to the air. Through it all, Walder Frey's surviving kin clamored for mercy or vengeance. Some cursed Robb Stark as a usurper. Others offered to bend the knee if allowed to keep their small holdings. Lady Catelyn helped sort out the chaos, along with the Blackfish, but it was an enormous task. On the 5th day after the fortress fell, Robb summoned Walder Frey to the Great Hall, now under Stark supervision. The old man was marched in by 2 northern guards. His clothing was rumpled, face ashen, eyes rimmed with red, yet he still wore an air of defiance. Robb sat in a high-backed chair at the dais, flanked by the Great Jon and Brynden Blackfish, while Lady Catelyn stood slightly behind him. Robb eyed the old man for a long moment before speaking. "Lord Walder Frey," he said, "you stand in the presence of the king in the north, a king whom you swore to support. Instead, you turned on him, sought to starve him, demanded hostages, and boasted of aiding the Lannisters. You've caused countless deaths. What have you to say?" Walder Frey wheezed a bitter laugh. "I say you're a hypocrite, boy. You broke your sacred vow to wed a Frey. You spat on my honor. So I returned the favor." The hall fell silent as a tomb. Robb's tone turned to ice. "I offered you recompense. You refused. You tried to blackmail me with demands for hostages. You took my outrider's head and displayed it like a trophy. Don't speak to me of honor." Walder Frey shook his head, spittle flying. "You think you've won? The Lannisters and their allies will come for you. They'll come for that wretched Harry and Karstark, for your mother, for your entire brood. You've only delayed the inevitable. When Tywin gets word of this, he'll raze your precious north to the ground." Robb felt a flicker of uncertainty, for Tywin's wrath was no small thing. But he would not show fear in front of this man. "Let Tywin try. We'll meet him as we must. As for you, your life is in my hands. By all rights, I should execute you for treason." Walder Frey's pupils widened. He tried to hide his fear, but Robb saw it flicker there. You do that, boy, and you'll be no better than the Mad King, burning men for sport. You kill a lord under your mercy and the realm will mark you as a butcher. Not that I expect you to care. But if you want to cling to some notion of honor, you can't kill me. Catelyn spoke then, her voice measured. Lord Walder, you can't possibly believe we'd let you go free. Consider yourself fortunate if you're allowed to keep your head after all this. He spat, but it landed on the floor, not quite reaching them. Bah! Robb considered the old man, the lines etched in his face, the cunning malice that lurked behind every word. If he locked him away, he might still spread dissent through his family or attempt bribes. If he killed him, the Freys might unify under another heir with a thirst for vengeance. No solution was simple. At last, Robb spoke, voice resolute. I'll not stoop to butchery. I'll hold you as a prisoner, Lord Walder. Your heirs who surrender and pledge loyalty to me may keep their minor holdings, but the twins will remain under the direct control of my men, no longer a Frey seat. Your line has forfeited that right. Gasps and mutters rippled through the hall. Walder Frey's face went purple with rage. You dare strip my house of the twins? It's ours by blood for centuries. You used it to wage war on me, Robb interrupted, steel in his tone. It belongs to the North and the Riverlands now. Your family can choose exile or bend the knee and remain under watch. That is my justice. The old man trembled, unable to form words, choking on his own wrath. Robb turned to the guards. Take him back to his cell. Provide food and water, but keep him under constant watch. The guards seized Walder Frey's arms. He let out one last stream of curses as they dragged him away. When the doors slammed shut, the hall fell quiet. Robb sat back, letting out a breath. It's done, he said. He'll rot there for the rest of his days unless we find cause for a more final sentence. But for now, I have no wish to be a kinslayer or commit an execution that might tarnish my cause. Let the realm see that I do not kill a lord after capturing him in war unless he forces my hand further. Catelyn laid a hand on his shoulder. You've chosen a path that keeps your honor, Robb. The Blackfish nodded in approval. The Great John grunted, better than the bastard deserves, but I follow your will, your grace. In the days that followed, the twins became the seat of a new regime under the Dire Wolf banner. Robb installed a loyal Castellan from House Mormont to command the fortress. They systematically cleared out hidden storerooms, catalogued the supplies, and disarmed the lingering Frey men. Some younger Freys turned pliant when they saw the old man dethroned, while others fumed in corners. A few fled, slipping away under cover of night, but the roads were watched. Meanwhile, ravens announced to the realm that the king in the north had taken the twins and subdued Walder Frey. To allies, it was a sign of strength, to enemies, a provocation. Robb expected a fierce response from the Lannisters if they still had the means to strike. Now, though, controlling the crossing meant the north was safer. His men could travel more freely between Winterfell and the Riverlands. The strategic advantage was immense. Amid this relative success, the cost in lives weighed heavily on Robb. He walked the castle corridors, seeing the scorch marks from the fight, the bloodstains not yet scrubbed away, the small folk cowering behind broken furniture. He oversaw burials for the northern dead. One of them was a young archer from Deepwood Motte who had followed Robb since the campaign in the west. His wide, unseeing eyes haunted Robb's dreams. Lady Catelyn, too, wore sorrow openly. One evening, they shared a meal of bread, cheese, and thin ale in the great hall. It felt empty despite the presence of guards. She gazed at him with sad resignation. Do you think we can truly unite the North and Riverlands again after all this bloodshed? The Lannisters remained strong even in their confusion. Robb exhaled. I can only do my best. We've stabilized one front. I'll soon need to check on Winterfell, ensure Roose Bolton or the Ironborn haven't caused more havoc. And there's the matter of Sansa. If Joffrey truly is dead, perhaps there's hope she'll be freed, or at least that her situation might change. Catelyn's eyes flickered with tears. I pray so every night, but these times are cruel. She patted his hand, a gesture of motherly warmth. At least we stand victorious here for now. You've done what many believed impossible, taken the twins by force. May the gods grant that it brings us closer to peace. Peace. The word felt distant, yet the fortress was his, Walder Frey's threat contained. The Red Wedding had never come to pass, and that dark fate, though avoided, had demanded its own brutal cost. Robb could still hear the echo of swords clashing in those halls. He knew that the war was far from over, that Tywin Lannister or others might yet test him. But for a moment, as the wind rattled the shutters and the faint smell of smoke lingered, Robb Stark allowed himself a single breath of grim satisfaction. The Freys' treachery had been answered. Whatever trials the future held, he would meet them as king in the north, forging his own fate and the fate of the Seven Kingdoms one hard-won victory at a time. Days turned to weeks, and the battered fortress of the twins began to function under Stark governance. Patrols scoured the local lands for roving Frey partisans. Some lords from the Riverlands rode in to see the victory for themselves, marveling at how a fortress deemed nearly unassailable had fallen to infiltration and bold assault. Rumors spread across the realm of the king in the North's ferocity and cunning. Some called him a true son of Ned Stark, others named him a reckless youth who had simply been lucky. But all acknowledged that Walder Frey's star had dimmed. Rebuilding efforts started in small ways. Robb asked local peasants to bring their grievances to him, proving that House Stark would treat them with fairness. Even in the midst of war, a king must show justice. That was something he had learned from his father. Sometimes he glimpsed fear in the villagers' faces, fear that the dire wolf banner brought no better fortune than the flayed man of Bolton or the lion of Lannister. He tried to reassure them. He listened to complaints of stolen livestock, missing kin, the devastation wrought by endless conflict. It weighed on him, but a sliver of hope glimmered too. The small folk wanted a stable realm, free from capricious lords. Perhaps he could offer that. Meanwhile, he corresponded with Jane in Winterfell. Her letters reached him via White Harbor or Moat Cailin, describing slow but steady progress in the castle's repairs. She wrote of the new structures being raised, the old crypts being cleared of rubble, the small folk returning to plant in the fields outside. She mentioned sightings of suspicious riders in the north, men who might belong to Bolton or Karstark, but so far, nothing violent had occurred. She ended each letter professing her longing for his return, her faith in his leadership. Reading her words, Robb felt a pang of yearning. He wanted to be with her, to restore the north in peace. But duty called him still. One morning, as sunlight finally broke through the clouds and spilled across the parapets, Lady Catelyn approached Robb in the courtyard. Her expression was serious but laced with cautious optimism. A raven arrived from the Riverlands. Edmure writes that Tywin Lannister has pulled back forces from Harrenhal. Some rumor claims he's regrouping in the west, dealing with the fallout of King Joffrey's death and rumored unrest in King's Landing. It appears he won't be marching here soon. Robb absorbed that relief, intertwining with wariness. That gives us breathing room, at least. The greatest threat was a direct Lannister assault on the twins. If Tywin is busy consolidating power for Tommen, he may not risk a northern push so quickly. She nodded. You could use this reprieve to return to Winterfell, secure our homeland fully. The Riverlands remain loyal, though battered. And with the twins in your hands, the route is safer. Robb gazed at the banners fluttering overhead. Yes. I must ensure the north is stable, especially with Walder Frey no longer controlling this crossing. I can leave a strong garrison here under men I trust. The Great John can manage that, or the Blackfish, with a portion of our forces. The rest can march north with me, gather strength at Moat Cailin, and see about rebuilding Winterfell's defenses. If Tywin means to ignore us for now, we can use that time wisely. Catelyn released a breath, relief brightening her eyes. Wise, indeed. We should not linger for Tywin to change his mind. And so the final arrangement was made. A robust garrison remained at the twins, enough to quell any Frey loyalists and maintain order. Walder Frey stayed imprisoned in the fortress's dungeon, guarded day and night. His brood was scattered, some put under house arrest, others exiled. The old man cursed them all, prophesying doom, but none heeded him now. The Northmen salvaged what they could, burying or burning the dead, ensuring the crossing was truly theirs. Then, in a measured exodus, Robb Stark led the bulk of his host northward, traveling in more peaceful columns along roads that had once been blocked to them. The battered banners of the dire wolf flew over the towers they left behind, a testament to the day Walder Frey's ambitions had been overthrown. Their march took them back through the Riverlands, where they found farm. Land still scarred by war but beginning to heal. Some villages welcomed them with timid gratitude, offering what meager supplies they could spare. Robb ensured fair trade, distributing coin or promising future protection. He paused at Riverrun to confer with Edmure Tully, confirming that the castle stood resolute. The Blackfish decided to remain at the twins for a while, but Edmure, proud and newly married to Rosalind Frey, one of the few alliances that had not ended in total ruin, voiced his relief that Walder Frey's threat was contained. Catelyn stayed with her brother for a short time, helping with the Tully lands, though she promised to follow Robb north after ensuring everything was in order. At Moat Cailin, the crumbling fortress that guarded the neck of the north, Robb was greeted by loyal men of the Crannog, keepers of the bogs, who had heard rumor of his victory. They pledged fealty once more, guiding his army through the marshy causeways. At last, after so many harrowing campaigns, Robb and his men set foot on truly northern soil. The air felt different, sharper, laced with pine and the promise of cold nights. Despite the burdens he still carried, Robb felt a stirring in his chest, the sense that he was coming home. Word traveled ahead that the king in the north approached. Riders from Winterfell met them on the road. One was a tall youth from House Glover who delivered a warm letter from Jane Westerling saying she awaited him anxiously and that the castle had made strides in reconstruction. She had not left the castle's safety following Robb's counsel. She ended the message by pleading for him to hurry back. Reading her words, Robb felt a rare smile tug at his lips. The men around him, seeing their king's joy, allowed themselves a measure of hope. Perhaps they had weathered the worst storms. Still, the specter of Roose Bolton lurked in Robb's mind. He had not heard from the Dread Fort in many weeks. Some rumor claimed Bolton was still harassing Lannister stragglers near Harrenhal, others that he had marched home. Bolton's bastard, Ramsay, was said to roam the north with his so-called boys, sowing fear in smaller villages. None of it was confirmed. Robb intended to address that threat soon. But first, he would see Winterfell reclaimed and ensure that whatever the Boltons might scheme, they would do so under his watchful eye. When Winterfell's battered walls finally came into view, Robb felt a surge of emotion. In the waning afternoon light, the towers still showed scars of the Ironborn occupation, blackened stone, collapsed sections, scaffolding climbing the outer walls. Yet it stood no longer just a husk. Flags with the Stark dire wolf fluttered over newly repaired battlements. Smoke rose from chimneys, proof of living warmth inside. At the main gate, men cheered as Robb and his column arrived. Jane Westerling stood on the ramp, flanked by guards and a handful of household staff, her dark hair braided, her eyes bright with relief. Robb dismounted swiftly, ignoring the aches of the road. Gray wind bounded ahead, and Jane gave an affectionate laugh as the direwolf sniffed her with obvious pleasure at returning to a familiar scent. Robb gathered his wife into his arms, pressing his forehead against hers. "I'm sorry it took so long," he murmured. "You're here now," she said, voice trembling with emotion. "That's all that matters." He held her close, ignoring the stares of the onlookers who grinned or turned discreetly away. For a moment, he let the burdens of war recede. When he eventually pulled back, he saw tears in her eyes. "Welcome home, King in the North," she whispered. "Winterfell stands ready for you." He looked over her shoulder, seeing the courtyard with new timbers, a stable half-rebuilt, men bustling about with crates of supplies. There was a sense of forward momentum, though shadows of the past remained. He caught glimpses of scorched columns, broken stones still waiting for full repair. "You've done wonders already," he told her, motioning at the progress. "I hardly recognize the courtyard." She gave a wry smile. "It's been a challenge, but we had help from the Glovers, the Serwins, and some loyal folk who returned. I wanted you to see that Winterfell can rise again." Her gaze slipped to the men behind him. "You've brought so many, do we have enough room?" "We'll have to make room," Robb said, half laughing. "I need to keep a substantial force here. The war isn't done, but the threat from House Frey is over at least. We face other perils, though. For one, Roose Bolton's loyalty remains in question." Her expression grew solemn. "Yes, rumors have reached us, but no direct confrontation yet. The Dread Fort remains quiet, except for some travelers who say they've seen Bolton riders. We've tried to keep everything secure." He kissed her forehead. "We'll handle it, one foe at a time." Then, addressing the crowd, he raised his voice. "People of Winterfell, I've returned. Let us stand together, rebuild together, and prepare for what may come. The North endures." Cheers rose in the courtyard. Men tapped spears against the ground, women hoisted baskets high, children clapped their hands. It wasn't the roar of a triumphant city welcoming a conquering hero. Winterfell was too battered for that, but it was a heartfelt outpouring of relief and loyalty. The king in the north had come home. That evening, the great hall glowed with torchlight, though part of the roof remained under repair, so the cold draft intruded. Still, it was a grand gathering compared to recent months. Soldiers feasted on hot stew, bread, and salted fish. Robb, seated near the head of the table with Jane at his side, listened to the men's laughter, feeling a warmth in his chest. He recognized old faces from his earliest campaigns, men who had marched with him against the Lannisters. Others were new recruits from the local holdfasts, eager to serve the Starks. The hall was not full far from the capacity it once boasted, but the spirit was tangible. The future felt less bleak. In a quiet moment, Jane leaned closer to Robb. "I've prepared chambers for you in the main keep," she said softly, though the roof leaked after the last storm, so we had to do a hasty patch. "I hope it's tolerable." He smiled. "I'm sure it's perfect. We've slept in far worse places. Just being here is a blessing." He placed a hand gently on hers. "Thank you, Jane, for all you've done." Her cheeks colored at the praise. "I only did what little I could to keep your home intact until you returned." Then, more hesitantly, she added, "There is something I must tell you, but perhaps not tonight." His brow furrowed with concern. "Is something wrong?" She shook her head, lips curving in a small smile. "Not necessarily, but let's say it's news that might affect us both. I'll explain in private." He nodded, curiosity tugging at him, but resolved to wait until the feasting ended. In the meantime, he rose to address the hall. The din quieted as men realized their king meant to speak. Robb cleared his throat. "People of Winterfell, lords and knights, commoners and all who serve. I stand before you having fought a bitter war in the south. We have reclaimed the twins from Walder Freys' treachery, ensuring that the crossing belongs to us. This is a victory that cost us dearly, but we stand stronger for it. Now, I've returned to safeguard the north, to rebuild Winterfell, and to ensure that those who would betray us, like the Boltons, do not plunge us into further strife. Our future remains uncertain, but if we stand as one, as the North always has, then we shall endure anything." A rumble of assent swept through the men, accompanied by some cheers. Robb sat down again, receiving respectful nods from those nearest. Jane squeezed his hand under the table. The meal resumed with renewed energy, men discussing what the future might hold. Some speculated that Tywin Lannister, dealing with the chaos in King's Landing, might soon offer a truce. Others claimed the Lannisters would never yield, that the war would only end when one side was crushed. Robb let them talk, content for the moment that Winterfell's walls sheltered them. When the feast concluded, Robb and Jane withdrew to the chambers prepared for them. He noticed the patchwork repairs in the corridors, fresh lumber, places where the stone had been crudely mortared. It was nowhere near the grandeur of old Winterfell, but it felt alive. That alone was precious. Inside the chamber, the hearth fire crackled, its warmth pushing back the chill. Jane waited until the servants had departed, then turned to Robb with a mixture of nerves and excitement on her face. "I didn't want to say anything in front of everyone," she said, taking his hand, "because I wasn't certain yet and I feared adding to your burdens if it proved false. But now I'm more certain than ever." She drew a breath. "Robb, I'm with child." He stared at her, heart thudding. At first, the words barely registered through the fog of war and duty. Then understanding dawned. He felt a rush of emotions. Astonishment, joy, apprehension. "Are you sure?" She nodded, eyes shining. "Yes, I've felt the signs for weeks now. My cycle never came, and I've had bouts of sickness in the mornings. I asked the maester here, discreetly, and he agreed that I might be carrying your heir." Tears pricked Robb's eyes, tears of a joy he had hardly dared to imagine. The war had consumed him, but now a child, a future. He cupped Jane's cheek, scarcely believing the moment. This is a gift beyond measure. Are you well? Any pains, any danger?" She smiled softly. "A bit of sickness, some fatigue, but otherwise well. The maester has me on a mild tonic. He says rest is best." Her gaze brimmed with hope. "It's early yet, but if the gods are good, we'll have a son or daughter come the next year." Robb's mind reeled. "Then we must ensure this place is safe. For you, for the child. I'll do everything to keep you from harm. The war goes on, but this changes things." He pressed his forehead to hers. "I love you, Jane. I'm sorry if I've been distant, consumed by battles and enemies." She let out a gentle laugh. "You're a king. I knew what I was marrying into, but I'm thankful you're here now. Our child will be stronger if you're by our side." He drew her into a tender embrace, heart pounding with something akin to wonder. For all the bloodshed and heartbreak, life still persisted. Somewhere beyond these walls, armies might yet clash, betrayals might fester. But here in the battered seat of House Stark, a new generation promised hope. He recalled that dire prophecy of Walder Frey's wrath and Tywin Lannister's vengeance. Those threats remained real. Yet in Jane's eyes, he saw a future worth every risk. As the night deepened, Robb stood at the chamber's window, gazing out at the courtyard where watchfires glimmered. Snowflakes drifted in the lamplight. Winter was not entirely gone, not even in spring. But the North was accustomed to harsh seasons. Like the ancient words of his house reminded him, winter was always coming, and yet House Stark endured. He thought of all that had happened since he first called his banners. His father's death, the battles against the Lannisters, the near calamity at the twins if the Red Wedding had transpired. He had averted that carnage only to fight a different, longer, bloodier campaign. The price was steep, but they had survived. Now he clung to the promise of renewal in Jane's pregnancy. Perhaps the child would live to see a north free from southern oppression, a realm at peace. That dream might be distant, but it lived in his heart as a silent vow. Outside, the wind moaned across the ramparts of Winterfell. Robb pictured Tywin Lannister's face, the wrinkled cunning of that man who might yet attempt an invasion. He pictured Roose Bolton's inscrutable gaze, the question of whether that lord would remain loyal or prove a traitor. He pictured the Karstarks, the irons in the fire that had never been fully resolved. The challenges loomed, but for now, in this moment, Robb Stark allowed himself to believe that victory was possible. They had triumphed over Walder Frey. The North was strong once more, guided by a king who had returned to his seat. He turned from the window to where Jane sat, wrapped in furs by the hearth, her hands gently folded over her abdomen. She looked up at him with a soft, knowing smile. He joined her in the warm glow, pulling her close. Heartbeats passed in that quiet hush, the flicker of flames reflecting in her eyes. Outside, the swirling snow caught on the half-repaired walls, drifting into corners that would soon be cleared. A fortress healing, a kingdom forging its future, a family hoping for new life. These were the images that filled Robb Stark's mind as he closed his eyes, letting the weight of war slip away, if only for this one sacred night. In the morning, a new day's tasks would arise, from securing the North to finalizing deals with the Riverlords, from preparing for any Lannister countermove to deciding the fate of Bolton. But for this night, he found solace in the arms of his wife and the knowledge that the line of House Stark would continue. No Red Wedding had claimed them. No old man's bitterness had ended their cause. The future beckoned, uncertain yet filled with possibilities. And the king in the North was determined to shape that future with courage, honor, and the unwavering spirit of the wolf who, though scarred, still howled defiantly in the face of every storm.